9 o'clock, I hereby call the order of the Custer County Board of County Commissioners. Today is Friday, March the 13th at 9 o'clock a.m.
Today's the 31st.
You know, it's tough kick to have dyslexic. I look at 31 and call it 13th, 31st. Please accept the correction. At this time, I'd like to have the Pledge of Allegiance, and maybe JD, how about leading us? Mike?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Katnick.
Present.
Commissioner Hood. Present. Commissioner Prince.
Here.
Attorney Clint Smith.
Present.
And Clerk to the Board Kelly Camper present.
All right. I have some amendments to the agenda, and maybe you folks have also. Under old business, I'm going to add a discussion of the cattle guards on County Road 390, the fire ban, and we also need to approve the appointment of Larry Haynes as assistant road boss. That was also on an interim basis. So this cleans that up.
What?
The appointment of Mike Carter to the
Yeah, I was going to add that one.
housing. To what? Affordable Housing Board.
Mike Carter.
Okay, which one of you? You don't bring that up?
Yeah,
I'll read it.
I will. I've got all paper.
Okay. Other items?
Not at this time.
Jay?
No, I just had Larry.
Okay.
Mike Carter.
Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. At this time, I'm going to deviate just a second, folks, to explain to you as we go through our agenda this morning, and the extension discussion will be as to what's happening with the extension right now. And then tonight at 7 o'clock, we're going to reconvene here in the courtroom. And the purpose of that is we'll go over all of our commissioner items, what we're doing, and bring you an update on all of our areas of responsibility. And then we will also have a public comment period for those who wish to make additional comments, extension, or whatever that may be. We felt this would allow people who were working today to come in and have a chance to voice their concerns. And also, we spent 2 hours already on discussions, and I think we need to move on and make them a little more convenient. Having said that, yes, ma'am.
Just real quick, if weather does, I heard you guys discussing whether you'd get snowed out tonight. If you do get snowed out tonight, is there a way that the public can check on that? Would you put it up on the website or Facebook, or, well, you guys don't know Facebook.
I would say the odds of being snowed out are probably going to be minimal.
Okay.
And the reason I say that is I'm close, you're not that far off.
Well, but some people aren't, so they would check, to just make sure it's still on.
But
So,
if we cancel it, but the forecasts I've seen indicate not much happening until probably 6. But you're entirely correct. If there's something there, we will do the best to get it scattered out and so it's been postponed.
thank you.
Okay? All right. Audience introduction. No, excuse me. Approval of minutes. We have a set of minutes on our hands for March the 21st. I reviewed them and see no changes. Do either of you have any additions or corrections to the minutes?
I move that we approve the minutes for March 21st as stated. I'd also like to state for the record that I thought they were very complete and well done, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll second the motion.
Motion made, second, accept the minutes. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And I've explained to you why the public comment period has been moved down. Let's do the introduction for the audience. We'll start with you out there, Mary.
There should be Mary Young. Is there anywhere else?
Is there anybody else out there?
Ralph Wood.
Ralph Wood, all right.
Brett Brucer, Westcliff.
Anne Marie Donahoe, Silver Cliff.
Wilson Jarvis, rural Custer County.
Butch Command, rural Westcliff.
Jackie Bubis for the Sentinel.
Greg Smith from Westcliff.
Doris Morgan, interim president of Action 22.
Gary Ziegler, Bear Basin Ranch.
Kit.
Kit Shy, the Cliffs metropolitan area. Heath, Westcliff.
Kim Heath.
Kathy Rice, Westcliff.
Virginia Trujillo.
J.D. Hemich.
Jane McCarty, Lake Louise. Oh, Jackie Hubbard. Don't hit me. Jackie.
Dale Mullen, rural Custer County.
Len Arrigo, rural Westcliff.
Shadow Barrett.
And out in the hall,
We have chairs in here, folks.
Yeah, there are
If
chairs.
you'd like to come sit down about it, we do have some.
okay. At this point, do we have any attorney items?
I'm not going to be able to attend the meeting tonight. Jim Bradbury and I have been obligated to present or do a presentation at the library, so I won't be able to be at our meeting tonight. Everything else that I worked on in the last couple of weeks are all agenda items, so I'll wait till then.
Do we have a need for an executive session at this time?
No.
I'm going to reserve the right if we have something come up during our meeting that we need to go into the session for, but this time we'll leave it. All right, old business. Have you had a chance to review the vouchers and sign the checks? Review the vouchers, excuse me.
Review the vouchers. I don't see Donna here, but I do have a question that I need answered. So, I don't know, Brenda, if you could just call her. I do have a question.
Okay.
We're going to move ahead just a second. I may not be totally according to Robert's Rules of Order, but while she's clarifying that point, Virginia, you requested a transfer of advance tax to county general and sales tax.
Yes. These are very old accounts.
Okay, Dawn, what is your question?
Donna?
Under contract labor for the first quarter, CSU extension, I just want to make sure that that's just for the 2 months and not the 3 months.
Okay, the CSU extension contemplated, 2 months. Yes, 2 months, okay. 2 months. Okay, thanks.
You have the floor.
2 months.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm requesting a transfer of $65.79 from advance tax to county general and $489.87 from sales tax to county general. These are really old. They've not been used in years, and I talked to the auditors, and they said we needed to do that to clear those accounts up.
These are, as she said, accounts that have been sitting there dormant, and this is primarily a bookkeeping move to clean it up as instructed by our certified public accounting firm.
I move that we authorize the transfer of $65.79 from the advance tax to the county general, and also $489.87 to transfer from the sales tax to the county general.
I'll second that motion as stated.
Discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Now we're going to revert back to the review of the vouchers. We've had a clarification. No, we're waiting clarification.
We got it, but did you need to say anything else?
I had the PILT stuff.
Oh, I'm
we were
sorry.
discuss.
Well, all I had here was general sales
Yeah,
tax.
that was just, I talked to you guys about it, and we
Right.
decided to add it on to the end of this.
Right.
Okay, normally our National Forest PILT runs around 122,000. This year they have not fully funded it, so they've only sent us $16,959.11. Now they have dictated that we either use it all for the school or all for Road and Bridge. I talked to John Paquette, and he has recommended that we give it all to the school, because if we don't, they're going to ding us on our next PILT that we get, our lieu of tax PILT. So it's up to you guys where you want to put that.
I think it makes perfectly good sense, and I'll move that we move the PILF money that we get 100% to the school as recommended by you, by Mr.
Mr. Paquette.
and Mr. Pickett.
I will second that motion as stated.
Discussion? I've got a question. I question the wording of all the PILT funds we get. I would like to specify that we're addressing only these PILT funds.
National PILT.
Because
Yes,
as it is, the additional PILT funds could already be
You're
encumbered.
correct.
Do you agree with him?
I do.
One second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Okay,
What else?
that's
You were
it.
easy today.
Pardon?
You were easy today.
I know.
Please.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the town cleanup days. Kathy? No, wait a minute. Oh, okay, well, she's coming forward. Do we have this cleared up?
We do.
Okay, so at this time, do I hear a motion to approve the vouchers as submitted?
I'll make a motion to approve the vouchers as submitted.
I'll second that.
All in favor say aye. Aye, opposed, same sign.
Oh, that's right.
I've got the cred, so I'm not shaking, sorry.
Other boss does not.
No, yes. You don't want it.
Yes, do you have any discussion?
Don't talk about
We
it.
will still stand corrected you. Thank you for coming.
You're welcome. Okay, so in the past, every year the two towns do cleanup, and we've asked for the fees for the landfill to be waived. And of course, we understand we have to pay for tires and mattresses. So we're asking for it again. We're hoping to do it June 3rd. So,
I think we should. Okay. I move that the landfill fees be waived for the town cleanup on June 3rd or the appropriate date if that needs to be changed.
thank you.
I'll second the motion.
Is there any discussion?
I have a question. Is this just for Westcliff or is this for anybody?
Westcliff and Silvercliff town propers only.
Okay.
Yep.
No other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
At this time, I would like to introduce to you a friend of mine I've had a chance to work with. Please come up. Doris Morgan is our interim president for the Action 22 group, which covers the 22 South and southeastern counties in Colorado. This is a group that we lobby through and really is a very useful arm for the smaller counties. Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Please have a seat.
Good morning.
I feel honored to actually meet these other faces. I've looked at his a few times, and so.
You know, there's days you just don't win.
Yeah. You know, there are days maybe you should stay in bed, but.
Fill out, fall out.
So I just want to, first I want to thank you very much for making sure that the term interim got on that, president of Action 22. I'll just tell you quickly, the search committee has been active and we'll be narrowing down candidates next week and hopefully some interviews end of April for a new president. And hopefully that individual, whether it's he or she, will be here, on board in early May. That's what I'm hoping for, and hit the ground running. So that was one of the things I wanted to just talk to you about. The other thing I just wanted to briefly explain, and please ask questions. Sometimes I don't always explain everything clearly, but I wanted to explain the process for our delegates or our board members. Every county gets one vote. And early on, when Action 22 was formed, there was a concern, and a rightful concern, by small counties and small communities that when you have large counties like El Paso County in the membership, or Pueblo County for that matter, those counties have a lot larger population. And so there was concerns about how that would be handled. So the organizers of Action 22 decided the fairest way was to give every county one vote. Your county can have, 20, 30, or whatever businesses that are members of Action 22, but the county only gets one vote. And they get that vote through their delegates or their board of directors. every county is entitled to three seats or 3 board members, and those were elected based on first, second, and third. Whoever got the most votes, whoever got the second votes, and whoever got the third largest amount of votes. So currently, your delegates for Custer County, the first one is Chuck Staggerwalt and Mr. Bogle, and we could have another one.
Well, I think we didn't. When we laid these out, didn't one of you took
I
that
think
up?
we all looked at it. I don't know that we designated one of us.
You jumped up. Well, let me just explain a little bit more. You can designate another, person to the board, but the process is by our bylaws. We then have to conduct a caucus meeting or a caucus/membership meeting in the county, and the other person would need to be elected, as all of our do. Okay. Typically, our boards or our delegates or board members serve a 2-year term, but there is nothing in our bylaws that say that individual can't serve more. If they're very active in their community and stuff, most of our board members choose to stay on longer. And the counties are all divided up into even years and odd years. So the current board, or our current delegates, they're serving on an even year. So they'll finish out 2019 and go into 2018, 2019.
How many board members do you have total?
We can have up to 66 if you go, three per county, or three per county, all 22 counties. Probably the max, what we have now generally is around 22 or so.
I'm a little confused. No, Chuck Steigerwald is a businessman. Mm-hmm. But he's included as one of our total of 3?
Yes.
So whether we have 20 businesses or we have 1, they participate in this general caucus to select
Any of your members, any members of Custer County could participate in that caucus. And a business person, an individual who has an interest in the organization, the county could also, nominate somebody because you are members.
Historically, I think we have always tried to have a commissioner involved.
Okay. And I know you've been coming as much as you can.
Yeah, and at the same time, I appreciate you clarifying this, because this is an area, even not being involved in 2 years, that I didn't realize what the process was.
Sure, and I understand. Yeah.
But, so we need to have a vacancy. Can the commissioners appoint a vacancy if there's a vacancy on that board, or do we have to go back to caucus?
You have to go back to caucus. Let me double check on that, and I'll email you.
It almost seems like it's more work than it's worth.
It could be.
I'm being facetious,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
But because we do a lot of good work.
Let me clarify that for you, and I'll email you back.
Okay.
So.
And just for our knowledge to pass on to you, I went and looked at our committee assignments for the county, and we do have Chuck and Charles both on there, and then we have all 3 of us as potential members of that group.
Okay, cool.
So,
I'm not sure.
It just, part of it is, when having been in this position since the first of the year, just even as an interim and working on a limited basis, there's just as there's so much administrative work, and the job entails being out in the communities and getting to know our membership and finding out what a community's concerns are, what their issues are, in order for us to be able to help. And so it's just really important. I just cannot stress enough how important it is to have those, delegates from the county who will come to our meetings and report what's going on. So a person in this position can't be out to all 22 counties.
So if I may, what I would like to suggest is the 3 of us discuss, since we have one position available, which one of the 3 of us would come to Action 22 and say, would you approve us during your next caucus?
Sure.
Does that sound reasonable to everyone?
Well, I think we need to talk about it.
That's the
Yeah.
point.
That's good.
We're at a point right now, I suspect, as chairman, quite frankly, that none of these have been selected by the proper process, because it's a 2 or 3 year term. And since I've been...
But they were elected originally, and because we don't have any requirements in our bylaws, they can continue to serve. Just like you.
I don't think Vogel was elected. I think he was appointed.
Okay. Well, again, let me go back and look at our bylaws and see what they require for a vacancy.
And then I would like to know, when would you have your caucus? So we're aware of that time.
Sure, we could do it whenever. I'll be very honest with you. As the interim, there are counties that we have no representation from at all. So while I've been here, and my goal until somebody else comes on board is to, spend some time and work in those counties and, try to reestablish some from them. So that will be my priority. So it probably would be, later summer, something like that.
I would like to...
But you're more than welcome to come and listen in. And what we've been trying to do is a phone conference call monthly, and then a quarterly meeting. So our quarterly board meeting will be May I think that's the 12th. It's the second Friday of May. And we'll be meeting in Florence, at the Florence City Hall.
Over at the municipal building.
Yeah.
I would like the gentleman in the suit in the back to introduce himself also, because he's been very much involved in Action 22.
My name is Ivor Hill. I'm the chairman of Action 22. Doris appointed me recruited me about 8-9 years ago, and I got brought on the board about 2 years ago and made chairman July the 29th last year. I'm taking it through to the end of this year. And so we've got a transition going on. Doris is doing a phenomenal job. I'm just here to basically lend support. And the weather feels like I'm back home in England.
What is your name, sir? I'm sorry.
Ivor Hill.
Ivan Hill.
Thank you.
IVOR.
Where we are from, let me give you a little additional history. Action 22 had the same president for a number of years. And then she resigned and went to work for a senator. And then we had an opening. At one time, we were basically broke. Ivor and I and some of the folks sat down and reworked the budgets and hammered them. And through some very tight fiscal management, we've been able to bring it back to a solvent position. It's taken a lot of time of a lot of people, and some people devoted a whole lot more time to it, Ivor especially. And we had hired a person we thought would be what we needed, and it turned out that there really wasn't a good fit. So now we're moving on. The primary purpose of this group is to lobby our representatives. A tool we've come to use recently, which I think is extremely valuable, and I need to ask you, have we already had our legislative day?
Yes.
How did that go?
Very well. We had about 35 attendees.
Would you explain briefly?
Sure. Every year, Action 22 works with Club 20 and Progressive 15, which are our sister advocacy groups. Club 20 is the West Slope coverage. Progressive 15 is the counties up in northeastern Colorado. They have 15 counties. Club 20 has 20. They may have 21 now, I don't remember. And of course, Action 22 has the balance of the counties in Colorado. They represent the rural areas of Colorado, basically. So the three of our organizations join together, and we sponsor an event called Legislative Days, and we go to the legislature. This year, in early February, it was a day and a half, and we spent talking to our legislators. There is an agenda. We have legislators who come and speak to us about legislation that they're working on, because they're looking for support. And then we had various panels. We had a panel this year on the aging population in Colorado, and then we had a panel on the marijuana industry and the challenges that that a lot of counties are seeing with that. And I was trying to remember what the other one was. Oh, maybe it was the transportation issue. And so, so we'll throughout the legislative session, we may take some positions of support or non-support, depending on what the legislation is. And that's a big part of what we do January and the May timeframe.
There's also, I believe, we also can take a position in opposition.
Correct.
And this lets us, as small counties, have a voice.
Definitely.
It's amazing how many of us have the same similar problems. And as an example, this transportation issue is it's a real headache. I'm glad it's a state headache and not a county headache. I mean, counties have their own county transportation issues. But we have a department that's way underfunded. We have a network of state highways that are in disrepair. We've got highways that are way overcrowded, and they've spent about the last 2 or 3 years trying to figure out a way to fund it because it's going to be a big bill. But those are some of the issues that we become involved in.
And now that you've mentioned transportation, I just want to share. And I don't know if you got these or not. Have you guys been getting our Monday morning update?
I have.
Okay. Donna, have you been getting it?
I don't remember seeing one.
Okay. Action 22 did take a position of support on this 1242, and that was just a briefing paper that I put together for to send out to our board, to our board. And so what I'm going to ask you guys, and I don't know what your position is, whether you've even had time to talk about it or not, but I'm looking for elected officials who are willing to put their name on a list that will be used for press purposes, because our objective is to show our legislators that there is statewide support for a transportation bill. And this particular bill, I don't know if you've had an opportunity to really look at the bill, but there is some significant funding for counties and for cities and towns in that. So if you don't have that bill, let me send it to. I'll send it to you, and excuse me, because while it's not a perfect bill, and there are probably things in it that we don't like, but the object is to get more funding out into the state and get our roadways and our highways fixed. And again, it does allow for some additional funding to counties and to cities. And they probably have just as many needs as our highway system across Colorado has. So what I'd like for you to do, read that. If you have questions or you want to see the bill, let me know. And I will send you whatever you need. And I'd also like to let me know if you would be willing to lend your name as an elected official to the list that I'm putting together for to be used in the press, and again show the depth of support across Colorado.
And this is House Bill 17-1242?
Yes. It cleared the Finance Committee. It cleared the House Finance Committee. And so
you know
now,
if it's online, it usually is.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll read it there.
and I don't know what the Senate's doing. I haven't heard yet, but it may have a bit more of a challenge in the Senate. So the number at the office is 719-560-9897.
Now, how will this be allocated to the county? Some idea? Will it be based on our highway user tax miles? Or?
There may be a little more description. I don't remember off the top of my head.
We do need monies for road and bridge. We've got equipment that's old. We've got a lot more use for roads than we had in the past. And also one in here that may be of interest on a broader scale is the employment or student transportation and the senior and disabled transportation. Mm-hmm. So we have a rotary that does a lot of this, but we also have other transportation needs.
Yeah. I'll check on that, Bob, and I'll get back to you.
How are we financially?
Looking good.
Wonderful.
Ivor and I have been, since early February, strategically making visits to potential members and stuff, and we're just, we're going to continue to do it.
We've got several fundraising events coming up, including the golf tournament again, which are big fundraisers for us. Compared to 2 years ago when I came on the board, we are looking extremely healthy. Which is good. Going back to the transportation bill, I testified up in Denver on that a few weeks ago, and there was over 6 hours of testimony in support, mainly from metro districts. They're really trying to get hold of that money, and what we're trying to do is pull the money away from them into the smaller communities. But we were fortunate. Debbie Bell, County Commissioner for Fremont, of the 70 or 80 people that testified, she was the number one that went up and testified. It made a big impact, and so I think we should support it.
Can you give me that number again? Is that House Bill which?
House Bill 17-1242.
Thank you.
When is the golf tournament?
July the 21st at Holidots.
July 25th?
21st.
I'll send you a form.
At over Rye again.
Yeah, we've got a slightly different format. We're having if you enter the tournament, there's a second tournament within the tournament, and that one, which will affect you guys, is the best law enforcement agency will qualify for a 2-foot cup engraved with the name of the winning team. All you have to have is 2 members of that team, either current or past employees of that agency. We've got other ones for utility companies and another one for I can't remember. We've got 3.
Utilities, financial services,
financial
and
services,
law enforcement.
yeah.
Yeah.
And the way this is funded, businesses sponsor.
Mm-hmm. Businesses sponsor this one where we're going to have drones up and they're going to be basically videoing it, and that will be on YouTube. We did that last year and it was a great success. By the time the golf tournament is finished, when they're in the clubhouse, that video is already produced. We donate to PCC, Pueblo Community College, and then they bring in their team for us.
I just want to say one last thing, and we'll get out of your hair because I know you have other
Take your
business.
time. No.
I've been a part of Action 22 since it was first started, and believe me, I've had my days where, and I grew up in southeast Colorado on a small farm ranching operation, and so, through these years, there have been days where I've really wondered about how effective Action 22 is. But last year, well, actually probably the last 2 years, there's been a lot of effort from southern Colorado to keep the Amtrak running through southern Colorado. And when, one of the officials who has headed up that effort, spearheaded that effort with the state of Kansas, with the state of New Mexico, with the state of Arizona, when he talks about, all the work that they did to keep Amtrak running through southern Colorado and how impressed other states were that Colorado had organizations like Action 22 supporting it, that made a huge impact on them and made them realize they needed to pull their weight as well and get their organizations involved too. And after that I thought, yeah, we are doing something right. So anyway, I'll just...
Do we have a barbecue scheduled?
We're looking at September, but we don't have anything.
No, but we're planning on something.
Yeah. We're also giving some thought to combining the barbecue with the state of the state and trying to get the governor to come. So...
This is I'll get to just a second, but this is one of the, again, support mechanisms we have. Last year, I believe it was, we had our other former president in the county talking to members and so forth, and Donna at the Painted View Ranch hosted at her own expense a hospitality get-together for us, and we really appreciated that.
Good.
Thank you, Donna, for that effort. But we do have some roots in the
Give us a
county
tour.
to pursue.
Can I ask Dawn a quick question? Do you have your form filled out for me?
Speak. No secrets in here.
Okay.
Speak up if you have something to say.
Form. I asked Dawn if she had a form for me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we got a question right here.
Yeah, when you were up for the Action 22 up to the state legislature, did the subject of rural education come up?
There was no panel on education that I remember.
But if we have bills that are impacting rural education, that's something Action 22 does and has in the past taken looks
Well, there are a
at
number of them coming up now.
and supported or remain neutral or opposed.
Okay.
So some time ago, Action 22, that's one of the things that they've done through the years is establish positions on different things. And so when a bill comes up, if it looks like something we want to support, could possibly support, we review those policies to make sure that our policy is in line with what the legislation is about and what it's trying to do.
So it would be helpful if someone in the school district then got a hold of Action 22.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. Can I have your number then? If I can-
All right.
Thank you.
And this also then, the rest of the procedure, we have such and such a bill come up, and when we have a meeting, we discuss it. And we vote as members if we're going to support or what our position is going to be, and then we pass that forward.
Okay.
The revenue to support this 1242, is it, I missed it, is it tax at the pump? Is it vehicle registration?
It is sales tax, and what the bill actually says is that a measure will be referred to the voters in November.
From Action 22's analysis, there's tax at the pump of about 17 to 20 cents a gallon for diesel and gasoline.
Right, that's correct.
Do the rural counties get a fair redistribution of that money back? We have two state highways that come through Custer
Right.
County, and both 96 and 69, and they're in less than reasonably good condition. But we send, a seven-figure from their pump. Our 4,000 local vehicles send a lot of money each year to Denver. Is it your analysis? Does it suggest that we get our fair share of that back in CDOT?
I don't know that I could really answer that question.
If I may interrupt just a second, and if he would address this, Kit, you spent a long time on the CDOT. Would you care to respond to this? On the funding, did you feel we were getting a fair share of our taxes back, more or less?
We have to represent ourselves at the planning region meetings, the PPR meetings, which I presume one of the commissioners is
Up in the past, what have you felt when you were the representative?
If you advocate for your county, you get projects. You have to get in there and scrap for them. There's three other state highways too in Custer County as well, but you have to get after it.
Yeah, but in the past, we've been successful in what you felt was our fair share.
Yeah, I do.
Does that answer your question?
It does. And the fact is, they're going to raise this tax from its current level, and that would be the funding.
The voters will vote on a sales tax increase.
This is not a fuel tax. This is
No.
raising the state sales tax by 0.62%. So it would raise the tax from 2.9 to 3.52%.
It's my understanding that whenever you have the road tax, the gasoline tax, if you will, the state is responsible for distributing that to the counties per route. Okay? I'm astounded to hear from Kit that if you want the money, that we have to go lobby for it.
For specific
Something's
projects.
really wrong.
For
Well-
specific projects, now we get an HUTF money,
Right.
which is the Highway Users Tax
Right.
Fund.
Yeah, there's a
and that's
difference
based-
between what he's
that's
talking
based
about
on our
highway
lane-
users
That's
tax.
based on our
Right,
lane
right.
miles.
Okay, what is the difference between those two?
Well, it's just projects, I'm sorry.
Probably the best example we have right now is the Great Creek Bridge.
Yeah, and it's
That's a specific project.
And they're based on the deterioration of your infrastructure.
Okay, so in other words, and I'll just use a paraphrase, we have to do like a capital budget type of thing for this kind of thing. We have to have projects laid out in advance that we then go lobby for. to get the money to fund those projects. Is that correct?
The CDOT identifies those projects based on their observations that they make and reports that they make on the attrition within your
Okay,
county.
we have no input into identifying projects.
That's
I would-
being part of the TPR.
I would,
We have a member on that board.
I think we're wandering just a little bit. We've not had a real good long-term plan in the past, in 2 years or 3 years or 5 years where we're going. We're currently starting to work on that with the new road boss. And our goal is say, okay, we know that we have three issues on bridges. We've got Hermit, we've got Pines, and we've got the one on, what's the third one? Schofield.
Well, there are two separate things. What I'm talking about are the projects on state highways.
Yep.
That's where you are involved in TPR.
Right.
The off-system projects are based on us lobbying for specific projects that we come up with. The other projects that I'm talking about through the TPR and through the STAC committees at the state are ones on state highways.
Okay.
As an example, the paving they did out here by the airport on the state highway was a state project in Custer County.
Okay, so if they identify projects, then what I'm hearing is if the state DOT identifies projects, we do get funding for that. We don't have to go lobby for that. Right.
No, their priorities are often set based
Sure.
on county needs,
Sure.
and we have a say in the priorities.
Okay.
And this is, again, to be quite frank, it's an awful long list of priorities.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
You know,
bet.
every county.
It takes a while to work through that list. But getting back, we're getting into the weeds a
Right.
little bit, but I wanted to try to answer the question here.
Thank you.
One of the things that Action 22 has always said is that, you know, we would be supportive of increases, but we would not support CDOT or anybody else trying to change the I always get the acronym wrong, the HUTF, is that right? The HUTF formulas change, that we've always wanted them to stay the same. So we've been very strong about that in our position. Again, the emphasis more on this would change the sales tax if the voters approve that in November.
I think what we'll do, you raised some good points, and I think we probably need to have a workshop and get you folks in and where we can address it in more detail. Okay? What other comments for Action 22?
You know, one of the joys in life is to drive to West Cliff, and when you pop over that hill and you see those sand graves, I just love it.
It takes your breath away.
It does.
I've been driving that drive since 1953 when I was a kid,
Yeah,
when Hardscrabble Canyon was all dirt. You know,
yeah. It's great.
to this day, when I reach that, it just blows me away every
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
You and I are probably the only two in the room that go back that far. All right. Yes,
Just an
sir.
observation. We've all paid $4 a gallon at the pump, but $2 a gallon, a small increase in the gas cess tax could fund a lot of improvements to rural Colorado.
Sure could.
I would hope Action 22 would look at that opportunity. I know it's got to be universal across the entire footprint of the state.
Right.
But to the extent that it's earmarked and could come back in meaningful capital improvements to our roads, if we didn't have these two major highways, we'd be in deep trouble. And we're completely dependent on CDOT, so
Right.
to me, that would be an actionable item for Action 22.
And this is an item that has been hammered very hard for the last 3 years on trying to find funding and ways to fund and so forth. But again, we will stay.
Well, and you know, it's interesting that the gas tax has not increased since, I think it's like 1999.
45,
And-
94.
And inflation has taken off.
94. And, you know, the challenge the gas tax has is that more and more people are driving fuel-efficient vehicles, which we all like to do. You know, we're moving more towards electric vehicles. And, you know, that we all expect that to continue. So the revenue from that gas tax, you know, unless it is changed, which I think is going to be, you know,
Even if it were indexed to inflation, we'd have some
yeah.
defensible
Sure.
position.
Can I just mention, one of the big debates when I was at the Senate the other day was the fact that people were saying it should be on the gas tax. But the observation was, well, in the Denver metro area, you've got mass transit, and so there would be no income coming from that. And they said this would be unfair because a lot of the money that they're trying to pull, Denver is trying to pull, is for mass transit. But there would be no come back.
Yeah, which we get no benefit from.
Yeah. Right. So that's why we're fighting.
Not a lot of sympathy for Denver in this room.
Yeah, we're right there with you.
I regard Denver as a small London. I have the same sympathy.
Okay, I'd like to move on if there are no more, but just a second. Do you get a feel, as we've had this discussion, of what Action 22 does and works and so forth? Okay. I would also like, you get to put a snow and ride at night, call me, let me know.
Let me know if you need me.
Thank you, commissioners. Have a great
Welcome,
day.
my friend. Good to see you.
It's nice to meet you.
Mr. Hall, nice to meet you.
All right. The next item on the agenda.
Mr. Catnip?
Yes.
Sheriff Byerly has to scoot out of here real soon, so I was
Let's
wondering
move
if
him
you
on
could
up.
make
Are you here for the fire ban?
Yeah, that's one.
Okay, we'll move the order of the agenda at this time. I would like to open the discussion on the fire ban and ask the sheriff to come forward. We put this into effect a couple of weeks ago. We had two reasons. One, to prevent a fire, and number two was to get a snowstorm. And we were successful on both sides, I think. At this time, I would welcome Shannon and your recommendations and suggestions. I might also mention, when we do this, it isn't just a decision of the three of us and the sheriff. There are a lot of the parties that monitor this on a weekly basis, and maybe Shannon, very quickly, if you would.
Well, it's just, I mean, we had conference every Monday with the Forest Service, BLM, some other entities across the state.
Weather Service.
Yeah, National Weather Service comes on, and we have an open discussion, and you can, or you may or may not call in and be part of that conference every Monday at 1:30 to just discuss the conditions locally and regionally. And so that discussion went on, with the weather systems that have been coming through in the last week, and then they're forecasting some more into the next couple weeks. They're expecting some typical spring storms. Hopefully the dry weather pattern's broken for a while anyways. We know the moisture we've gotten in the county the last 4 or 5 days, and predicted to get some this evening too and into tomorrow. So talking to Dave and the others, there's a lot of people out there that are have mitigated and have a lot of slash piles. I mean, myself included, and they've been waiting for a chance to burn. With the weather the way it is right now, I mean, I would rather than get some of it burnt before everything dries out. So talking with Dave Tonsick and stuff as well. Right now, it seems like maybe we ought to just rescind it and wait and see what happens in the next 10 days or so.
I make a motion that we rescind the fire restrictions that were put in place, and at the future, when we feel we reach this position again, we will revisit the topic.
Yeah, I've got a question, Shannon.
Just a second. Let me say there's a second to the motion.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, discussion? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just got a question, because there was a controlled burn that was done the other day.
Yes, sir.
How could we do that without the ban being lifted?
So it's important to understand, and I put it on the Facebook page this morning because there were some people that made that comment. So
Okay.
we don't regulate the Forest Service. The Forest Service has an entirely different set of criteria. And so, just for everybody in the room, we as a county do not have the authority to regulate the Forest Service and what they do and do not burn. And so, if you aren't aware, into the fall and then the winter when they closed Alvarado Campground, they had some timber crews in there, and they did a ton of mitigation, and there is fuel laying everywhere, and so they're trying to get rid of that, because if we were to get a fire in the sand grays, they're trying to build that buffer so that if fire comes, and let's be honest, when fire comes, there's a buffer so it doesn't reach the private lands. That's what they're working on. And so I know it's scary to see it, but it's a necessity. It's a necessity.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
that's why.
Thank you.
I'm one of the guys that has many piles that need to be burned, because we're cutting wood all the time and we're cleaning up the forest. I would like to request as part of this, we get somehow, I think we need a fire burn from the Rainbow Trail back to mitigate. Because if you go up on the Rainbow Trail, it's kindling, and it's just like Shannon said, it's going to explode one of these days. I can tell you, I took 60 pictures and drove up to BLM in Denver and showed it to them. Tried to appeal that they do something, and they just told me Mother Nature's going to take care of it. And they just have to wait for it. If that happens, there's going to be ranchers, there's going to be homes. This whole Wet Mountain Valley is kindling. And I think it's something that has to be aggressively addressed. And I'll tell you, as a citizen, our whole mountain, we'll come and volunteer. We'll bring in whatever we need to bring in that we have. We'll help do this. But I think it's something that we can no longer ignore and just say, like Shannon says, well, when it happens, we can't let it happen.
If I may address that, and you can add to it. First of all, we do have a program on the books that involves some mitigation all the way from almost Horn Creek, clear down almost to the Duckett area. Sure. And that's currently, as part of our built monies and stuff that's currently, the planning is being done and worked on. The Forest Service recognizes we do have issues. That's why they've cleaned this area. This fire that's going on now is right above Tanglewood. Right. And as they have the funding and the manpower to do these cleanup areas, and they use prison crews for part of their help, their intent is to continue to push south. But the problem we run into is that the San Isabel and Pike National Forests cover a lot of country. Right. And it's hard to get the prioritization to the top of the list. Right. I'm pleased that they have, as an example, over here by San Isabel, we have a scout ranch. And they went in there and mitigated that scout ranch, and they have now burned all the slash in that area. It's, you cover 640 acres, that's only a mile square. Right. But it is certainly a concern that we have and a concern of the Forest Service. Yesterday, they did burn 500 slash piles, and today they're planning on burning an additional 500 slash piles. They have, I don't know, thousands.
They've been burning contiguously for about the last 10 days in different areas around both.
Well, there's so much they can burn for 10 years and nothing's still happening.
Right, and it certainly is our concern. Another additional concern to that is we're having additional insect kills. Right. And we look at a map of the insect kills, it's going to come all the way down. Right. That's just Mother Nature's beast. Right. But
and to be so, I mean, we had several meetings this past summer with the Forest Service, and so I didn't realize either. 2 years ago, before actually I was elected and became the fire marshal, I didn't realize the hurdles. So the Forest Service understands. So it's a federal bureaucracy. And the federal bureaucracy is run by folks that really don't have a good understanding of the situation and the dire urgency of some of this. But more importantly, they're so worried about liability because of the multitude of government agencies. The EPA regulates when the Forest Service can burn and cannot burn, and the size that they can burn all this. They have to go through a myriad of hurdles in order to do any burning, and they, and of course they're concerned too if they light off a controlled burn and the weather changes and all of a sudden they start a 20,000 acre fire, how is it paid for, and does anybody get killed, and then they're liable for that. So while we all agree it needs to burn and they need to do these things, and the local Forest Service folks, they understand, they have a very clear understanding, but the people that make those decisions aren't local, and it's difficult for them. And we all know, I mean, the Sangers are going to burn.
Yes, they are.
The entire Sangers are going to burn. Maybe not this year, maybe not. I hope for at least, several more years they don't, but they're going to. The key is, can we get them to burn in spots and not get a burn that goes for 100,000 acres. Right. And so that's what they're trying to do. And can we keep it in the forest? And so that's where they're trying to focus on. But it's it's money, it's manpower, and then all of the I'm glad that I don't have to manage the forest because it's a train wreck.
Yeah.
There's a couple other caveats to that. If you recall, we had a big fire in Los Alamos, New Mexico, a few years ago, and that was originated by a controlled burn. They got out of control. We had the one in Colorado where the Colorado Forest Service had a burn. They got away from up in the, Deckers area, up in the Denver area.
Right.
That killed some people. And again, that was a controlled burn that got out of control. So they've really become cautious that they not get in that situation.
Remember, we just had one in Wetmore about 4 or 5 years ago. It started from a controlled burn.
Controlled burn, that's right.
So those are issues that we're looking at, but they do have, and this doesn't help a whole lot, but it is a start. They're widening the Rainbow Trail. They've had, if you've been up there the last year or two, you'll see they've had.
I live on it.
Well, but you see that they've done quite a little work on it.
Well, they haven't done it where we're at, and I'm from Buttermilk Creek all the way to North Brush Creek, and I ride all the time.
That is the area that's scheduled for this next year, this year's use. They do have some funding for it. But the point is that, from Dennis Page, who's the fire specialist with this region, is that they want to widen that at least a rod on each side, clear the timber.
And put in water.
And use that as an initial fire break. So if we have a fire coming down, they've got a point they can start to anchor from and set back fires. They've got a way an anchor point to come in. But again, if we have a fire like we had over here in Junkins Fire, that's not going to happen. But historically, I can find from historical data, there's never been more than a basin at a time that's burned historically at one time. And the other dynamics we have, and I think it's really important to understand, folks, we have two different fire situations here. The Sangre Crystals are 90 degrees to the prevailing wind. Fire has two things it likes. One, it likes to run uphill because you're generating heat and drying fuels. And secondly, with a wind that's going up the hill, it pushes it. Over here in the wet mountains, we have that perfect storm that we have fuels that will go uphill and the southwest wind will push it. Over here we have the tendency of fuel to burn uphill, but we have the winds that tend to try to push it down the hill. And if we looked at the behavior of the Duckett fire as an example, that really punked around there for a long time, but never really blew up. But the dynamics of fire control with all the beetle kill is totally, that's a whole new ball game in terms of dynamics. They found that in the South Fork fire than what the Forest Service has historically dealt with.
Well, they're estimating 80% of the forest between the Sangres and the Wets is affected by the beetles. 80%. That's a lot of trees. That's a lot of fuel. And I referenced the Sangres, but the Wets are going to burn as well. It's just, I know that you live in, but the Wets will burn as well. I mean, the forest, it's not if.
BLM told me that what we need is a Yellowstone.
Is a what?
We need a Yellowstone fire.
Well, and I want to get back.
BLM told me.
I want to get back on the topic of the burn, but very quickly though, from a biological standpoint, the Junkins fire did a lot of good for fire control because now we do have a fire break across the middle of the Wets. Historically, they tell me they found archaeological evidence that fire that started clear down by Walsenburg burned the whole length of the Wets. This is back 14, 15, 1600s. So I'd like to get back to the discussion of lifting the fire ban. Is there any more discussion on the fire ban?
The only thing I would like to say is that I'm not an expert in fire. I'm not an expert in fire bans and when they should be and when they may not. I will always support what the professionals suggest that we do. And I just want to make that comment.
I think we all do that.
Yeah, I'm no professional at it either, although I know a lot more than I did 3 years ago.
At this time, I'm going.
Just I want to clarify one thing. The motion is to rescind it.
The current fire ban.
Because we had talked about giving them the authority to suspend it, with the option of reinstating it. We're just going to lift it, period, at this point then. All right.
I think that's our best cause at this point because this is something rather fluid.
And that would be effective today, right?
Pardon me?
Yes.
That would be effective today.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we'll have that put on the website.
It may be effective today. The first thing we have to do is see if there's any more discussion, then we have to vote on it. Any more discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Thank you for everything. And this was a really hard decision to make because we had private land, very dry at Wetmore. We had the bottom of the forest land dry at Wetmore. The upper country wasn't dry. We had dry here, we didn't have dry there. It was not taken lightly. Thank you very much.
I have one other issue just that I'll let you look at. You don't have to make a decision now, but this is 2 amortization schedules for vehicles. So the 2 new vehicles, patrol vehicles, we got the prior board in October, November approved for me to have $8,000 a year to spend towards the leases on the purchase on the 2 new vehicles. A lot of unforeseen costs. The 3 radios that we were going to take and put into the 3 new vehicles, they were all going to cost somewhere between $2,500 and $3,000 to be repurposed and tuned and all that, because none of those radios are serviceable by Motorola anymore. They quit making them in 2007. They quit servicing them in 2009. They're that old. So instead of spending $3,000 on 17-year-old radios, I just pulled the trigger and bought new ones, and that isn't even included on here. But so I've got 2 amortizations of $7,400 a year or $8,700 a year, 5 payments or 6 payments. So I need to which one you want me to do, and this doesn't even cover $18,000 that I'm going to just take out of my vehicle maintenance budget, and hopefully I can cover it.
Okay, we have one of these are 2 different vehicles.
No, those are 2 different amortization schedules. That's for both vehicles, though.
It's through First State Bank. This is
through First State Bank, yes.
Total or per vehicle?
Total. Okay. So I have down here. You'll see this is per vehicle. These are per vehicle, but here's the total over. And this is a 6 payments. This is 5 payments. Or I'm sorry, this is 6 payments. This is 5 payments.
Is this something we can look at because we'll be meeting again next week?
Yeah, we can look at it next week. Yeah.
That's it.
How much are the replacement radios? You went from...
Just under $11,000 for 3 radios.
So it wasn't that much above the repurchase.
No, right. It was, $1,100 per radio for new radios that will be under warranty and Motorola will service.
But I think we need to move on.
Okay, so then I'll just bring this back next week and we can talk about it.
Well, no, we'll just leave it here if you want to, and then we'll put it on the agenda next week. Is that agreeable with you?
Shannon, will you be talking to Chuck, or do you want me to?
Okay, now, for your information, folks, our radio system is kind of a hand-me-down system. Shannon has been able to go to Pueblo County and get radios that they're replacing. Florence has done the same thing. And as a result, what they're replacing is better than what we have. And I think we're in line for some other, these are handhelds, but I think another 20 or 30 radios may be coming to the county from Pueblo County because they're upgrading their equipment. But this is the type of situation that he's dealing with in terms of the radio usage and the radio equipment. Okay. Okay, let's go to Jay McCarthy and needing the property.
Hendricks, if you would join us, please. Nice to meet you.
How are you?
Good morning.
Mr. Hendricks, thank you.
Okay.
Hey, Donna.
How are you?
Whatever, it doesn't matter. Again.
I have been in contact with Ms. McCarty for several weeks over an issue that you have, and I invited you to join us. Thank you guys for coming.
Hello, Gary.
Would you like me to state the issue, or would you like to state what we're going to discuss? You're welcome to.
We don't have any of this in our packet.
No, you don't have anything. I have it right here.
Well, normally when we have stuff coming before the board, which if a commissioner has it, we have it in our packet, so we can read it. So please take it and condense it for us.
Okay.
So, what our primary goal is to liquidate the assets and the tax liabilities of the estate of my grandfather. that's been going on for 30 years. We want to get this thing settled.
I knew Bill.
Right. And the issue is, if I'm correct, the way you portrayed it to me, is you cannot close the estate because there's real property and they're deeded roads right now that are in the estate that need to be liquidated so that you can terminate the estate and end it.
Correct.
Okay. And the question that you had, and you went to Mr. Hendricks, I went to Mr. Hendricks also to discuss this, the roads are public, they're platted as public roads, but in fact they're private property. And this is, Mr. Hendricks, please jump in if I say it incorrectly, what I gleaned from what you told me, was that this has happened in the past, and if someone is interested in deeding those properties to the county could take them. They could either be maintained or non-maintained county roads, but that would resolve your issue by taking it out of the estate, and therefore you can go ahead and take care of your personal business. The county would then deed the property, would take the deed on the property from you to the county, and then Mr. Hyde, our road supervisor, could determine how he would like to handle those roads. Did I portray it pretty correctly?
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Can I add one thing to that?
Please.
You portrayed it fine. We also, Jane and I had the discussion about just letting it go to tax sale on the roads. Just don't pay the taxes, let it go to tax sale. What typically happens with that, and it goes to tax sale, years ago, before I was the assessor and before Virginia was the treasurer, they let some roads and some open space go to tax sale. They were bought by private individuals. The open space in particular was a huge issue because once they got a treasurer's deed on that, they were going to build on it. Well, it was open space in a subdivision that specifically said it's open space, you can't build. The zoning office said you can't build, we won't issue a permit. They went to court, and the court ruled that since it went through the tax sale process, was issued a treasurer's deed, it was virgin title, and they could build on it. It was no longer open space. They could do whatever they wanted with that. So that became a huge headache. It got resolved because the homeowners association, there was one, in that subdivision, all pitched in a bunch of bucks and threw money at the guy until he finally said, fine, I'll sell it to you. They put it back as open space. But it's been the policy, and Virginia's not here since then, is they don't sell roads and they don't sell open space, that kind of thing, because all you need is someone to buy the roads and then shut it off and not let anybody into the subdivision. Right. So I talked with her about if that happened and she let it go to tax sale, typically what the treasurer does is not sell it. It becomes what's called county held property. And again, the treasurer's not here, so I'm not sure if it's 7 years or 11 years of being county held, it reverts to the county. So the county ends up with it either way, whether it's deeded or whether she lets it go through tax sale. The difference to her is if she deeds it, it's out of her estate immediately, and I'm sure she'd much rather do that than hold it for another 7 or 11 years. So that's why she's trying to deed it to folks rather than going that route.
Counselor, do you have any thoughts on this?
I met with Ms. McCarty, and she's been working with Kit Shy on this, and with JD and Jackie. Was that yesterday morning, I guess? No, it was Wednesday morning. Wednesday morning. We went and talked about this. For your information, this is the, I don't know, 6, 7 different subdivisions out in Lake Dewey's that your grandfather developed.
Yes.
And all of these roads were dedicated to the county, but the commissioners never formally accepted them, so the county doesn't have any obligation to maintain any of these roads. It's my understanding that historically we've maintained a couple of those roads. But I think the solution is, and JD, I think is in agreement that the best way to handle this is for, are you the personal representative
No,
now?
my mother is.
Cecilia still?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure because I saw a previous deed. Is for the personal representative to execute a personal representative's deed, quit claiming all of this to the county, all of the roads as they appear on these plats. And I had actually prepared a proposed deed, but I can't get I can't connect to the internet here now. So I was going to have Brenda actually print these out so you could all look at it. It's not something we'll do today, But I think the way to proceed is for her to quitclaim it. There's a statement on this deed that says why she is doing this. It's for the purpose of closing out the estate and being able to discontinue paying taxes on this, which the estate has been paying for many years now.
Correct.
And there's also another statement on this deed that would be signed by motion of the board if the board decides to go this way, stating that you are accepting this on the express condition and understanding that we are accepting these roads as county property, but not accepting them for maintenance until such time as they are brought up to county standards. And at that time, it would have to be presented to the board, and the board would have to pass a resolution saying they would accept these roads for maintenance by the county. So I think everybody was in agreement that would be the way to handle this, and it would get it done expeditiously. There are a few other parcels, miscellaneous parcels, that I believe you wanted to get.
We're taking them out. I actually have the deed with me to make sure that that is correct.
But I could, I wanted, the deed I have a legal description on it, but I wanted to run it past Kit and have him look at it and see whether we agree on how the legal description should read for all this. But basically, it just says all of the public roads as shown on the plats of these different subdivisions would be quitclaimed over to the county.
I'm concerned, two concerns I have. First of all, who would bring them up to county standards to make it a county road? I mean, county owns it. How would you work through that process to bring it up to standards?
Well, and I'm not sure they will ever bring these roads up to county standards because of the way everything's already built out there.
You know, we've got lots of issues that have been 25, 30, 40 years old and all of a sudden pop their head up. And I'm concerned of that's the question.
Well, I think the homeowners out there, I mean, there's no way, they don't have a homeowners association. There's no way they're going to get one at this point in time. It would be if they could get together and at least one at a time, with the permission of Road and Bridge and the county, do their own improvements on the road to get them up to standard. Or if the county has the time and the funds and can work on it here and there.
Slowly, over the next 30, 40 years.
It would be a long, long time, I should think. But I think the way it's been done, as I understand, is the county has worked on some of these other roads now and then, even though they are not officially county roads. The only ones for sure are 241 and I guess 230.
So you're telling me in the past that we've expended county funds on private roads?
That's what my understanding, that we worked on the roads from time to time.
I'd like to see what Roger has to say here.
Yeah, in fact, we do receive UTEF funds on several of those roads at this point in time. So that's why they have been taken care of, is because they are on the UTEF system.
What about the roads that are not maintained out there? Are there any that are not maintained?
Yes, there are a bunch of roads out there that are not maintained by the county.
I think there's 7.
How these we acquired these other ones, I don't know, but we in fact have, I don't know, I didn't count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, approximately 11 roads that we do receive funding on. Don't hold me to that. I'm just
what I'm saying is a division now. We've got 2 different classes of roads out there we're talking about. One that we're receiving state funds for to maintain,
and the other ones,
which we've accepted into the county system, we wouldn't be receiving those state funds.
Correct.
The second one, isn't that correct, Kit?
You don't own them. You don't own any of the roads. You actually have a prescriptive use.
Right, but by maintaining them, just like we have in the other subdivisions that we identified as a county road and they took it over, is that the same situation here?
A lot of the other subdivisions, they actually dedicated the ownership of those roads at the time that they platted.
To the county?
Right.
Okay.
But they had a statement on that dedication that said that you wouldn't maintain them until you did so by separate resolution, which is what Clint was talking about. Out here, about 2 of the 7 plats dedicated the roads to the public use. But there's no acceptance on that plat by the county, so they didn't accept those roads on behalf of the public as a public right-of-way. 230, 241, and 220 are roads that are the ones that get the most used because they actually provide access to the lake, into BLM property, into properties beyond the lake. Those have been maintained by the county. In fact, we've got chip and seal on one of them. So those have been done through prescription.
I think if we
essentially by maintenance, you've just maintained those roads.
And if we take control of those roads, it would just fit right in with the plan.
Yeah, they were taken care of before there was the subdivision out there. Those roads were there because they were access to the lake for construction and so forth.
Okay, now the roads that are not maintained by the county, who maintains them?
Nobody.
The owners.
The owners, if they wish.
Individually. It's, whatever maintenance there is on them.
And that's part of the reason that that statement would be on the deed is because no one wanted the county to all of a sudden have to pour a ton of money into those roads. It was, we're just deeding the road right of way to the county. They're not going to maintain it. Even if it's brought up to standards, at that point they can come, let's say the homeowners all get together, spend the money, bring it up to county standards. They come in and say, we want you to take this over. You don't have to. That's up to you. There's such a thing as a county road and a county maintained road. These would then be county roads, but that's why that statement, we all discussed that might be the best way to handle it, put a statement on the deed specifically stating that she's not looking for them to become county maintained roads, and if they ever get brought up to standards and you feel like you want to maintain them, you could, but you don't have to. It would be up to you people to do the resolution.
If I might, this addresses another issue as well that puts easements for the installation of utilities in the public sector. Whereas if, like we talked about, somebody bought those roads at tax sale, they could claim the need to, people would have to purchase easements. If they ever put in a central water system or a central sewer system in Lake Deweese, which may become important one of these days, the public easements would be there for the installation of those facilities, which could be a real important thing.
Excellent.
If it's county property, then
Right, then, well, you're also accepting it on behalf of the public. So
Right.
they become public easements as
but
well.
any easement that's currently there would then be is a public easement.
Yeah, now in control of the county, which is a better situation. Power, phone, electric.
That was my next question. What do we do with
Cosmic
utilities?
rays, I don't know.
Could we hear from Gary? I'd like any comments that you would have.
I'm not opposed to this as long as they are labeled non-maintained county roads, like what was talked about a few minutes ago. Because we don't need to increase our load. We've got enough to take care of already. And I just came from out there, and if we did start maintaining them, I mean, there's no end in sight because of, and especially with snow removal, that becomes a big issue. Especially when you've got driveways coming out into the roads, and I don't think that's an area we want to get into. So I'm not opposed to it at all as long as we label them non-maintained county roads and leave them as they are right now and let the individuals take care of the snow removal and the maintenance on them.
Except for your HUTF roads.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
And we'll go ahead and continue about taking care of those as we have in the past.
Okay, we have these county right-of-ways, and now we get into HOV use on them. Is that something that could become an issue?
I think they use it now anyway.
Yeah, I believe we do anyway, so I don't see that as
It's not going to change anything.
Well, they may be using them, and some of these roads, I haven't even seen a map of all the roads we're talking about. But if we have roads that have no tracks on them now.
It's a fair question.
It's a quarter section with 7 different separately platted.
I doubt if they forbid any type of that kind of traffic on them now, so I don't see that.
So where are we? What is the?
Okay.
Here's where 241 comes in from West Cliff and goes on around the reservoir.
Okay, what is the?
Here's the lodge.
Yeah, that's the Woods property is the lodge up at the end, and the lake's right up over here.
Yes,
But what I'm looking for, what roads on here do you?
All of them. Oh, I'm sorry.
There.
Now, which ones are maintained now?
That are labeled county roads?
These roads, these major crossroads are maintained.
Yes, exactly.
But these roads, In this case, there's nothing in this one because
Well,
they have access off a maintained road.
This one and this one,
Right.
Trey Lee is, but you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that aren't over there.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that these originally became maintained by the county
You want to join us, kid?
was it was a gentleman's agreement between my grandfather and the commissioners at the time, which was commonplace.
Could you
That was-
just point out
Hand me
what
one of
you're
those
talking
markers
about
right
to
there.
me so I understand on
Is
the
there a
map?
yellow?
Okay,
The
we have,
area that we're talking
we have
about.
all of these roads
No yellows.
that are
Is there
labeled.
red? There's a red
County
one?
Road 239, 237. That's 230, GF, etc.
And if we could, Kit, would you help me here? Which roads are we talking about that are not?
They're not being maintained.
Not
That
being
you're- That
maintained.
you're requesting this deed
Yeah,
cover.
we're probably talking about these here. For sure these. And then there are some roads that they go ahead
This
and
one?
do a little bit of snow work on anyway.
Dublin.
I think they did Dublin. They do this, right?
Mm-hmm.
See, most of them, the ones that actually have a county road number, they're being worked on.
So we have two here that aren't at a county road and nothing over here
Right.
going north or south. It's not
This is the main road into the lake, and this actually has chip and seal
Labeled
on
County
it.
Route 244.
Right.
Is that
And then what are these? Are
Yeah,
those
see, whenever they have
maintained?
a county road number,
So they're being maintained?
they're being maintained.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
these,
maintenance right now is not a matter of graveling and culverts. It's pushing the snow off of them and taking the ruts out. That's all it really is. None of them are up to any kind of county standard.
and these are the only roads out there that are less than 60 feet wide, but these were put in.
This is the original.
This is the original plat, so we're talking probably early 50s.
The first plat, they're all listed down here in the bottom. The first plat's 1950.
So the additional then roads that these aren't currently county maintained.
Anything with a county road number.
So this
Yeah.
one,
So some of them don't have
They all
road.
have numbers, so they're all maintained.
so these are not an issue because we're maintaining them.
Correct.
Okay.
Except that you'll now have a deed, which makes them better for you to.
Right, yeah, but I mean, it's an
You'll have
existing.
ownership instead of prescription.
Now, these over here, what about Cove Drive?
Cove Drive comes down here.
There's a number.
Is that,
That's a county
Got a
road.
number.
okay,
There's a number.
this is a county road that's being these are maintained.
Yes,
This is maintained,
yes,
and these are maintained?
yes. These are county roads. That's-
And they're mainly where folks are
1,
living.
2, 3, 4,
People are out there.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 11. Okay, and there's, what about this one over here, James Avenue?
This one
Is not.
is not, but this one is.
So we come down with,
There, and
you
there.
marked the red that is not
Right.
maintained. So James is not, or is?
As far as I know, no.
Okay,
No number.
and William?
William is.
There's a road number.
Well, there's a road number there. yes.
Patrick is not.
I'm gonna get my map back.
That's a pretty map. It's very colorful.
So it's about nine different roads you're talking
Put
about.
red on those already.
This one, this one, this one, this one. There's nothing down here, and there's nothing down here.
As far as when you actually get on them, it's how often. I mean, you don't. It's snow removal right now. Rarely do you actually grade it.
Right, yeah. It's just mainly snow removal.
Yeah.
In fact, in the 6 or 7
So-
months. that-
These you work on.
Yeah.
So as I read this, Gary, it looks like there's 9 that are not maintained.
The 9 that I drove this morning. I wanted to refresh my memory on what kind of shape they were in before I came up.
And there are other issues that make them difficult to be county roads. You know, you have dead ends with no turnaround.
That's what I
I
noticed.
see-
yeah.
I
You have
see
lots
that
of
right
things
here.
where things don't connect. You know, and those are all problematic. The main thing is that you're going to have public control of the easements now, and public control of them, which gives people the opportunity to get them up to snuff. And now, whether that's a cooperative county project or whether it has to do with utilities in the future, who knows? It just kind of opens the door for it.
Does your proposed deed address the utilities?
It says that it's subject to all the utilities that are presently in existence, yes.
Anything else on there, Jay, we need to?
No, I think this is pretty clear. I think we understand what needs to be done. My discussions with all the people involved, it just seems to me like the appropriate thing to do, not just to help you with your personal estate planning issue, but it just seems like the appropriate thing for us to do anyway, since it's not going to cost us anything. We can always choose down the road if we choose to do something
Being
different. We can.
this is Donna's district, what's your thoughts?
I don't have an issue with it at all.
Okay, thank you.
So the question would be then, is it appropriate to make a motion that we proceed forward with this based upon a deed that Mr. Smith prepares, and once it's prepared, then we can approve it? Would that be an appropriate way to handle it?
I mean, without a motion, just,
I would like to, Kid has something maybe to add to this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
please.
just a quick comment. You mentioned the OHV use out there. There's been a little bit of a conflict out there over the years because the Division of Parks and Wildlife doesn't allow ATV use on their adjoining property.
Correct.
And so people come out there to utilize the lake, and they get, on the holidays, they get busted for driving around on their ATVs. The fact that this could be clearly defined as now they do have a place to go on county roads, then it's going to make a little bit of a difference. There might still be some conflicts around the edges of it, but I really think that having an area out there where you can ride your OHV is probably going to be a benefit.
Do you think signage would be advantageous?
Yeah, and I think that triangle piece there.
Right here.
Jane has talked about utilizing that in a better way for some interpretive signs and things, because that's the main place where people get to the lake, and a lot of these rules and regulations can be posted.
Very good point.
What is the green, open space? Or?
These, okay, let me try to put it this way. There is a legal description that is about this long, literally, and what it translates to is it's everything out of the lake that's not a law.
Can I help you here a little bit?
Yes.
Bill originally took title to 160 acres, a quarter section. He platted these lots. The green is what was left over that was not included on any plats as lots or roads or whatever. Why he didn't plat these and put lots on them, I don't know. Here there's a pretty significant drainage down, but up here it's pretty good. This is a good piece of land, this is a good piece of land. I don't know if his intent was to subdivide them later and it never happened, but what the green areas are land that he owned that never was included on any of the subdivision plats. So it's just kind of, right now, it's just kind of open space. I think her intent is to maybe down the road seek some subdivision waivers or something, try to sell this as one piece or something. But this piece, and Donna, I'm sure you know because you've been out there collecting for the fireworks before, this is right there where the Y goes, and then it's just a little triangle-shaped piece. She's talked about putting some, or talking to the DOW or whoever, about putting signage, a kiosk in with information maybe about the wildlife that's out there, information about the history of Lake Deweese. You could mention the ATV stuff, that kind of thing.
But who's going to own it?
Well, that's what she's working right now. The estate owns it. Mm-hmm. That's what she's working on. Maybe giving it to DOW, or I don't know. She's working on that. That's
I've called DOW on that, and actually to pay the fee for the user fee is actually going to be purchased online. Oh. So they're not going to have pay stations out there.
What's your plans for this?
We are pulling all of these out.
I know, but you said there's a gulch drainage down through here.
Yeah, we've actually never seen standing water in there. I haven't, and my mom hasn't. She's been coming up here since 62, 63.
I haven't either, but it ran there at some point because there's a gully. So
well, where I'm going from here is two things. Number one, is there someplace out there? I'm just throwing it. It's not a recommendation, but is there a place out there in the future that we might want to develop some kind of a park?
That's what I was thinking.
For public use. I mean, be it a state park, be it a county. I'm just thinking in terms of enhancing the public use of those areas. And this one here, I don't see any problem. I mean,
I was even thinking about at one time putting a little covered picnic table here, too. Just
would it be of any advantage if we sought to have this included?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the trails initiative that's going on too. You may want to be involved with economic development and the trails program. If you're not familiar with them, we've got Wilson on board here. Dale may have stepped out, but I would get involved somehow with them too. And
Okay.
They might be able to help you.
yeah. But we're trying to pull these out of that giant description just to simplify. And once these are pulled out, then we can make up our mind what we're gonna, This one here, yeah, it's.
If we approve what you're requesting and leave the green areas in, will you still be able to accomplish the closing of the estate, or do you still need to finalize what's going on in the green areas?
Actually, the green areas we're getting ready to finalize either later today or Monday at the latest.
So you're ready to go on that one?
Yeah. But if you guys are interested in the triangle, once we get those deeds under the new legal descriptions, then that would not be a problem to just deed that with the roads.
Well, what do you think?
I think it would be. I think that would at least be a good place to park a grader instead of running it all the way back into town, or
signage or something. I think
or
it should
just
be.
signage. Yeah.
I would like to see it included, just because there's so many opportunities for usage.
Right. The only request we would make on that deed is that's where the Lake Deweese Lodge sign is. It's been there forever.
Grandfathered in.
Yeah, it's grandfathered in.
I guess what I'm thinking, I'm going to digress just a little bit. Pat was a classmate of mine.
Yes.
Bill and Jim.
I
always appreciated when...
Willie just passed away.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry to hear that. But when Bill was there, I always appreciated in the spring, because when he opened the lodge up, he always brought some new girls up to be waitresses. So. But my point being, I would like to see down the road, personally, not as a commissioner, it would be nice to have a Bill McCarthy Park.
Yeah.
Just think about that. But it's something that would be a public use, so we recognize what Bill did.
I like it.
In the area. So just think about that if we're going through things. And I don't know how we would even pay for it. I don't know who would be involved. I don't know any of that. I'm just thinking in a general viewpoint that it would be something that would be a recreational thing for the people that come out there. And number two, it's something that would then preserve his memory. So.
Yeah, this is where my heart is, and it's been there since I was in diapers.
Okay, any discussion? Yes, sir.
Intuitively, I would assume this is revenue pretty much neutral, but for the purpose of the public discussion, it would be nice if JD could indicate what the net revenue position.
I don't know off the top of my head, but it's very little. We don't tax roads very high because you can't build them, you can't sell them. Who wants to take them on? Who wants the headache of it? We are required under Colorado statute to tax it. What I originally suggested was that she deed it to a homeowners association, because if it belongs to a homeowners association that's in good standing with Secretary of State, it becomes tax exempt. Problem is, there's no homeowners association. So, I mean, we're talking, I'm gonna say $50 to $100 maximum a year.
That would be good to note for the record.
Yeah, that's just off the top of my head. We're talking maximum, and then the county share of that is 20 or 25%, so you're talking $12 a year or something that you're losing. I mean, it's very minimal.
Yeah.
Okay. What is the pleasure of my colleagues? Do we want to act on this today? Do we want to act on the agenda for next week?
I think we should wait for the.
I would like to get the actual deed prepared, run it past Kit, and make sure the legal description fits. I think the language, making the intent of Ms. McCarty as the personal representative, the intent of the county and accepting it is clear on there. But I wish I had that right now. But I'll get it to him. I'll email it to him this afternoon, and then if we put it back on either as old business or however you want to do it next week sometime. I should be ready to go.
We could have it next week.
Well, this time, I don't see any major concerns with this. But we can't, I mean, we need to finish up the whole thing.
Right.
But do either of you see any major issues with this?
If I could add one thing for the record, and this is just, I've thanked Gene face to face, but I want to do it publicly for cleaning this up. This has been a thorn in the side when did Bill pass away? In
86.
86? And that estate is still ongoing. They're having to file with the IRS tax returns every year for 30 years. And it's a pain for me as the assessor. She's done some lot vacation and replatting. She's making things much better. And it makes my life easier. And I think, as Kit said, it's going to make it better for the public with utility easements. So I appreciate her doing this because someone, after 30 years, is finally taking it on. So I just want to say thank you.
Kit, excuse me. Kit, do you have anything to, if we were looking at down the road, but from your past experience, if we had a park or something out there, wouldn't that enhance that area? Do you see any downs on it?
The elephant that's in the room that everybody is going to need to address at some point is the fact that you've got wells and septics on 100-foot lots out there. And at some point in the future, it's going to require a central system just to allow the use of all the rest of those lots, the unbuilt lots. You end up pushing yourself into a corner. You have to have 100 feet between well and septic. People have had to either buy 2 lots or they got their well and septic and now their neighbors can't.
Right.
So ultimately, you're going to have a central system, and that's going to require some sort of land for the facility of a treatment plant or a central water pumping system or something like that. So those extra pieces that she's talking about, keeping those in the family and making that a possibility in the future is pretty important. And you have set up the priority at the county level by allowing a lot of easement ground for all of those facilities and the infrastructure connected to them. That's the positive part of what the county's doing now. You need to think hard about that extra piece of land at some point, whether it's a park or not. It may need to be a utility location.
Yeah, but we've got, I don't know, and please, I'm not interfering in your family business. But we have a community here, as we have additional requirements. This would maybe, the only other option you could have would be go and buy some of this private land and put a sewer plant on.
Let me see, that stuff rolls downhill, right?
I've heard it goes part of the lake. I've heard it goes part of the lake.
It tends to follow money, whether the up or down.
All right, if it's no one has any objections, I will table the decision on this until our meeting next Tuesday.
Wonderful.
Are you in agreement with that?
Perfectly fine. I'm so happy we could help you with this.
Thank you.
Glad you called me.
Jane, you can get that map back to Kit.
You never want to see it again.
Could we get
I couldn't hold it.
as county surveyor, could we get a copy of this map or something so we got a
That's
record?
actually JD's map.
Yeah, that came from my office, other than all the coloring that was done on it. I don't know.
Did you print a new one in your office and give us that one?
I will, I'll have it for, but I don't need that. I'll just print one. It won't be colored like that, but.
No, I just would like, as we talk
Do you
on
want one, or
Tuesday.
do you want one for each of you?
I'd like to have one.
Okay.
Chuck can make a copy of that with the color.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. If Chuck could do it, he could just Xerox it in color, so. All right, I'll run it over to Chuck and bring it back when I get a
Thank
chance.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else on your side?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Gary.
Good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Patience is
Now, how do you fit in?
Thank you, JD.
I'm Bill's granddaughter.
You're-
Bill and Doris's granddaughter. Jim.
Jim, okay, that was where I was going, which one, but,
Yep.
it's good to.
Was he personal representative at one time?
Yes.
Okay, and then your mother.
Thank you for everything. Gary, are you comfortable where we are on this? Okay.
Dad was.
Now, do you have some more stuff for us, sir?
Yeah, real quick.
Thanks for coming here.
Okay. The next item of business will be the Early Childhood Council, but I want to take just a moment, if I may. County Road Bosses, Supervisor's got something for us.
A few weeks ago, I brought up the possibility of purchasing another water truck, and I'll reiterate a little bit. The reason I
You gotta
brought
speak
that,
up, Gary.
I didn't hear.
I'm sorry.
Start over, please. I couldn't hear.
a few weeks ago, I brought up the possibility of purchasing another water truck, and I'll reiterate a little bit on why I brought that up. And right now we have on board 3 water trucks, and we've had as many as 2 down at one time. And when we did have 2 broke down, that made me a little uneasy, because if we have a fire break out, the Road and Bridge Department does supply water for the fire.
Right.
And then that's one of the reasons. And then I noticed last summer when I first come on board that we, once again, if we have a water truck or 2 broke down, it really limits us on our ability to be able to maintain the roads. So I think it's important we put another one on board. So Roger and I started looking for a water truck. And it's real difficult to find a water truck that fits the bill for what we need as far as horsepower, and it's retrofitted the way we need it. So what we've done is Roger located just a truck, and without a tank on it. And what we've done is this truck actually, for the horsepower it's got and what we need and everything, it fits the bill for what we need. And
thanks, Kit.
And what we've done is we've worked out a deal to purchase this truck, and then the Bruckners in the Springs have contacted an outside source that would retrofit this truck with a tank to our specs and plumb it in the way we need it and whatnot. So anyway, I want to present the information on that truck.
Is this a used truck or a new truck?
It's a used truck. Yeah, it would be a used truck. It's a 2005 Granite Mack truck with approximately 300,000 miles on it. These are bids that I got from other companies for a used unit as well as new ones, so you've got a comparison on those.
Were you able to get good bids? Or
I've got one used bid, and then I've got bids on new units, so you can do a comparison on them. We can actually save, apples to oranges, it's actually about the same price. But the unique thing about this is we don't have to go to Texas or Washington or someplace to get it. We found that it's real difficult to find a unit within 500 miles of us that's going to fit the bill for what we need. And typically these water trucks are running around 300 horse, and that's not enough for what we're doing around here trying to pull these hills. And the reason they put 300 horse engines in them is because typically they just do construction work with them, where they travel a couple miles and then they spend the entire day within a certain little area. Did I give you one from Bruckner's?
I've got Buckner and I've got Atkins.
Okay, what about you?
I also checked with my salesman that sold us the Freightliner, and all he had was 300 horsepower trucks, and he did have one that was 350, but the mechanics thought we were still a little bit short. So
what we found is if we locate one that's got the horsepower we need, by the time we locate it, we call up, it's already gone. And we just
Gary and I talked about this yesterday, I guess it was, and I'd asked him to bring in some additional bids for us, which he's done. In our long-term equipment plans, as we've looked at what we thought we were going to need and what we maybe need more, this might be part of the equation. Roger, what's your thoughts?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. And then I think it's definitely head toward a couple new blades, however we can make that work out, guys.
Now, is this in your budget?
Yes, it sure is.
Okay.
You've looked these over. Is there one that you're recommending that we would move with? Is it?
It's the one from Bruckner's. This price on the front page.
That's what I was trying to get to.
Yeah, that's a turnkey job, and that includes the second page price of the tank and all the plumbing and from Colt.
This whole thing is 71 versus 83 on Atkins.
Versus the new ones.
Exactly. And the downside of going with something like from Atkins, that one I believe was in Washington or Virginia, I guess it was, but yeah. And then trying to make time to go look at it, and then if we go look at it, we're going to find out that it won't work for what we need, and then we've just wasted our time and our county's money to go look at a unit. So
And a new one is gonna cost us $141,000.
At the very minimum.
So it's about half the price of a new one.
Yeah.
I thought I heard you say it had approximately 300,000 miles. And what's the life expectancy? What could you expect a truck like this to?
It depends on what the unit was used for prior to that. Like this one here was a construction company, so a lot of those miles are up and down the highway. Now there's some of these units that might don't. In fact, I think the one from Atkins, that unit only has 40-some thousand miles on it, but the hours is 5,201. So that average is on, between. In 1 hour, it only put between 7 and 8 miles. So it's short hauls. So the equivalent of those miles on another truck, like the one from Bruckner's, is probably about 250, 300,000.
Is there any kind of a warranty with this?
On that, there's no warranty on it. The county does have the option of purchasing an extended warranty on the drivetrain, like the engine, transmission, and rear differentials on it. So,
What's
but
the
as far as
ballpark on that?
pardon,
Ballpark on that warranty?
At the very minimum, about $2,000 for a 1 year, 100,000 mile warranty, and then it goes from there. There's a lot of different variables on these warranties because you can get an engine only, engine, transmission, and so on and so forth.
So is it fair to say that with good maintenance, this truck maybe 600,000 miles it could go?
Easily, and the reason I say that is we purchased a truck one time with 700,000 miles on it, and it was an over-the-road truck. And we put, when I left Kansas, in my old position, we had just a little over $1 million on it. So we put over 300,000 on it, and it was still running strong. So, for what we're using it for, we're not doing the short hauls. So this could last us, 600,000-700,000 miles. This truck?
This truck?
Yeah, in fact, there's pictures that I took.
I saw the pictures, but I didn't know whether you took them or...
Yeah, what I did was Roger and I went down and looked at the truck, and then we came back, and then Roger and one of the mechanics returned, and then we pinpointed...
or
I took Chris.
Yeah.
Chris looked at it.
Chris looked at it real thoroughly, and he found a few issues with it, minor issues, and that was stuff that they're going to absorb and fix for us. Like between the compressor and the engine block, there's a seal that's out that they're going to replace, and just minor stuff, and they're good to go ahead and fix all that stuff.
The point I think we need to realize is that miles is not a measure of a truck.
Mm-hmm.
If we take this truck and we put it in rough country and beat the hell out of it, it can be done in another 50,000 miles.
Mm-hmm.
With prudent use, it can last another 400,000 miles.
Yeah, and a lot of it depends on the make and model of the truck itself. These Mack trucks hold up pretty good. They're kind of like a Pete or a Kenworth on gravel roads.
They're the
hold
old
up real well.
standbys.
Yeah, you take a
Volvo.
Yeah, Volvo or a Freightliner. They're meant for highway use, not county road use. But this type of truck is.
So, for the financing on this, where in the budget do you have the money for this at the moment? Is that new equipment?
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
And right now, I think we had budgeted $100,000, and we made a payment on the Mack truck that was purchased towards the end of 2016, and we still got a balance of almost $70,000 in there, so we could. And I've talked with
Donna. With Donna.
Yeah. And,
there's a second caveat down the road that may play into it. We don't have the details now, but we're looking at a tractor we have with a new mower that we may be doing some trading or swapping or something, and we may have potentially have some cash out of that could be applied to this.
So let me just follow up, because I'm not sure I have it totally in my little head. We have it budgeted at the moment. So this is just the first quarter of the year, and it's taking up 70% of the budgeted amount. Are we going to need to be transferring money from one budget item back into new equipment down the road, or do you think this might solve our issue for the remainder of the year?
I think for the year we should be in pretty good shape. There's other items that we could use, but they'll wait until the following year. And who's our auditor again?
Mr. Piquet.
Okay, I've talked to him, and if there are any large money items that we need, even throughout 17, money can be shuffled around, and we can use our resources.
Yeah, I know in a discussion earlier, we talked about the air conditioning and the gators. Have you had a chance to look at that?
I have, and I talked to Byron recently, and I wanted to get a feel for how long it takes to get an air conditioner installed if we do it in-house. And because of the distractions, the other workload that he's got, it would take him about 2 months. So what I've done is I've got a hold of Caterpillar, and I think that it would only take them about a week to install an air conditioner. But the difference would be $3,000 for the labor to install it versus doing it in-house.
So is that on your list of priorities for the year?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it has to be done. I think we need to get that done.
That's something I think we basically agreed on a while back because of the health and safety of our operators.
Correct, yeah.
It's almost...
It's that silica dust that we're concerned about, the operators inhaling that stuff. So I think that...
Well, I see no reason, from a financial standpoint, we've looked at it, and with John's, Paquette's recommendations of where we are financially, I see nothing unless Donna sees something here.
I
that
appreciate
weighs.
you. Yeah, I appreciate you going out and getting the different bids. So thank you.
Okay. I see nothing that weighs a big red flag. Do either of you?
I'm in favor of doing this based on your recommendation.
Pardon me?
Have the money. Sir?
I didn't hear you.
Oh, I said I'm in favor of this based on your recommendation, and if we have the money and it's a necessity for the county, I have no issues here.
I make a motion that we authorize Road and Bridge to buy the 2005, bear with me, Mack truck. And, oh, here it is. Yeah, the CV713 model, 2005. I was looking in the wrong place. From Bruckner's Equipment.
I need to add one thing. On that particular truck, I noticed the clear coat is starting to deteriorate on the hood, so we'll probably, and when they do their detail on it, they may actually damage that paint because they're going to try and buff it. And this is one of the items that they won't absorb, is painting that hood or even the whole truck cap, so that's something we may have to look into doing.
And we have to postpone that a little while we could.
Oh, yeah. It's not something we'd have to do right away, probably.
Could I add also pursuing the warranty?
Sure.
As part of the purchase.
I think, what do you guys think? 3-year warranty?
Well, why don't I get that information for you, and then we can decide. Because we're going to meet again Wednesday, and I'll have that information for you, and then we can
I'm thinking by the time you run it a couple of years, you're going to know if there's hope.
I saw 3 different levels that he offered in that. And I think the top was $3,500 or something like that.
I think the very maximum, and I think that was 2 years, 200,000 miles.
Will they hold this for us until next week?
That's the issue. They've been holding it for about a few weeks, and that's why I brought it in today.
Okay, can we defer action on this until we get the warranty stuff and do that on Tuesday?
I can check with him and see if he'll be.
Keep you guys to that, guys, I think.
Yeah, unless you want to take this and then just make that as an addition.
Did he send us a letter of intent? Because that would cover it. I didn't know if he gave Gary a letter of intent that day.
I've just got a retail purchase order, and that I think that serves the same purpose.
Yeah, that would.
I think it wouldn't be a bad idea.
Okay.
Yeah, because we don't know the history on this, and the thing of it is, it could give us 1,000 miles in use, and then the engine could shoot crap.
I would like to
just
move
never
on
know.
to the item at hand because this is discussion. I made the motion. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll make the second for the motion to.
Okay, now let's go on and discuss it.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be a bad idea, and once again, I can bring the information you gave to me and present it on Wednesday when I come.
Well, I'm suggesting that we approve the purchase of the truck and that we look at the warranty with the truck. I assume it all have to be done at the same time.
As far as
if we buy the truck, we got to buy the warranty at the same time.
Yes, yeah, we'd have to purchase
But if we can get the information, we can make the decision on the warranty and tell him that.
Yeah, we don't have to decide on that just yet, but we can go ahead and get the truck purchased. Right now, it would work out pretty good for him. And they did tell me that we could have this unit back probably in 3 to 4 weeks, so we'd have it back pretty quick by the time they got it.
Okay.
I just want to ask, do you need to do anything with this purchase? Me?
Help pay for it, or?
Okay. No, definitely not. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Could I get a signature on this purchase order then?
I got lost. Let's vote on the motion.
Yeah.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign, motion carries. And you need a signature on
Yeah, so that I can fax
down
it
here.
back. Mm-hmm.
Once he
Yes.
does all his stuff and Donna does her stuff, then I
Comes,
get it.
then you get it.
This is good heavy-duty construction truck. That's what it was built for.
Do you have an extra copy of that?
Sure do.
So I'll just trade you.
Okay. All right. Thank you for, I apologize for interruptions, folks, but this is the deal that we need to move on or we'll lose it.
Thank you, Gary. Yeah, and maybe it's you. Appreciate it. Well, we got in the middle of one mess. We had two trucks
Thank you.
that were available, exactly what we wanted.
One other item I'd like to make my colleagues aware of, Jerry and I talked last night. We have crews out working today, which will be overtime. But the reason we do is that the roads are wet and we can service them. And in the long run, it saves us money because we're not running water trucks up and down the road with labor and expenses.
I give Brenda.
And that, I consider that his management decision, and I concur with the decision he made.
Yeah, it's just one of those, it depends on
Okay.
the weather conditions, what we can do on that. So.
Thank you.
Yep, we need to move along. Early Childhood Council.
Hello again.
How are you again?
Welcome back.
Thanks for having me back. So, rare for me, but I'll try to be brief. So,
Yeah, I'm gonna make you brief.
an update since the last time I was in front of you is that Jessica Carter went in front of the school board to ask them to be the convening entity, which we did discuss at our last meeting. And they not only said yes, they'd be the convening entity, they said they would just as soon prefer being the fiscal entity as well. So they've agreed to both. Now, before they agreed on Monday, they asked us to put together the complete application, which I sent all of you a few days ago. So it's about 28 pages or so now. We also have 14 committed board members with MOUs. So the board is all formed and we have board officers as well. Those were elected on Monday. So Terry Davis has signed the application. I did forget to print her out a page to sign the fiscal agent MOU, so I need to get another signature from her. But the school board has voted that they will fill both roles. So at this point, the last piece of the application that we have to have that's required by the state is the support of the county commissioners and the signature of the chair of the county commissioners.
Can I just add one thing if I may? I spoke with Ms. Hobby, Donna Hobby, to let her know that the school was going to take over that financial responsibility just in case she was preparing, because we had anticipated we were going to handle that. So I just want to let you know I took that upon myself after our Monday meeting to handle that. So
And she's okay.
she's great.
And he also took it upon himself to draft me as the chair of the CCECC board too. Thank you.
Well, we need each communication shared with the rest of us so we know where we are. But on here, I think this would have to be rewritten. Unless I'm missing something. You said the school wants to be the fiscal agent.
Yes.
In here it says the county needs to serve as a fiscal agent.
Well, the
Page one, second
second
whereas.
MOU I present, because that's out the window
It's the
now.
old MOU.
It doesn't matter, that's what I've got in front of me. I don't have a new one.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what you need,
So-
but the MOU is.
You don't have to sign an MOU.
The school will do it.
So we don't,
The school is
so
filling
we
that role
don't
now.
need any of this memorandum.
Nope. The only thing that we're asking now is that the Board of County Commissioners vote to support the fact that we will have a early childhood council. And second of all, sign a signature page that goes with the application attesting to that fact that you are supportive. No fiscal responsibilities, no operational responsibilities.
And the employee responsibilities will go with the school.
That goes to the school.
So we have nothing to do then.
Sign the paper. Agree to be, approve it, and then you sign it as commissioners, and we're done.
Donna.
Clint, does that need to be a resolution from us?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Just a motion. I mean, I haven't seen the application that he's asking you to sign, but if it just says that the board has voted to support CCECC, yeah, that should be good enough.
It does.
Okay.
I would like to see the paperwork completed, whatever it is we're going to sign, but not just signing a blank piece of paper.
Okay, well, I have.
But is this the current one?
Yes. Yep.
She must.
Do you need another copy?
In the interim, I would move that the Board of County Commissioners in Custer County support the Custer County Early Childhood Council conceptually, and we will add that to our signature line as a support entity for the council.
I'll second that motion as stated.
I'm not prepared to discuss it until I'm sure where we are. This is totally, I mean, maybe I saw this, but I assumed that this MOU was what we were acting on. And in this case, have you reviewed this, Clint?
I haven't seen it, no.
So I think it's premature. I mean, I think we're all in agreement, we need to. But I'm a little hesitant to sign a document that our legal counsel hasn't reviewed.
Okay, I didn't realize he didn't see it.
Table it.
And I think we all support it, and I would be very happy to table this to our next meeting, and so we can get the signatures to you, and that will be on Tuesday. Will that
Okay,
work for you?
great. Yep.
Yeah.
Do I need to submit an email or something to get on the agenda for Tuesday?
No. Brenda's already
It'll
got
be under
some.
old business.
Great.
Yeah, we just have
Get
this.
with Clint whatever we
as-
need.
Brenda's got it, I assume you can just send me a copy of this, Brenda?
That's
Okay.
yeah, yeah. The way this was stated on the agenda is it's addressing the MOU.
MOU. Mm-hmm. Great. Okay, then I'll be back on Tuesday.
Okay, at this time, we need to address the motion that's on the floor. Do we wish to vote on it, or do we wish to withdraw? I guess we have to vote on it because it's been made and seconded, unless you wish to withdraw the motion.
He made the motion.
I think we could vote on the motion that we support the CCECC, and we could have a separate motion to approve the documentation once we see it. So I just think it's important for the CCECC to know that the Board of County Commissioners supports this project. And then I agree with you. I wouldn't ask you to sign a blank piece of paper. Once you read it, you can always not sign it if you choose to at that time. So I would think a vote of confidence, or a vote to approve the concept based upon or waiting for the documentation to sign would certainly be appropriate at this time.
So do you wish to reword the motion?
I'll reword the motion, something to that effect. Whatever I said. Your problem,
I'll try and
young
put that
lady.
together.
We're just going to vote that we support CCECC as Custer County Commissioners, and we'll review the documentation that we're going to sign after we have an opportunity to review it, and legal counsel has an opportunity to review it, and we approve it at that time. That work?
I'll second that motion.
Discussion? I wonder if we say we're supporting a specific entity, or do we say we support the concept? It's just a thought.
He said the concept.
Did he say concept?
Didn't he say concept?
he did.
He said
Okay.
concept.
This time, any more discussion? If not, I'll call for the question. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. And we will table the review of the documents and the official signing of the documents until Tuesday's meeting.
Great.
Wonderful.
Thanks. I will see you then.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, folks, we're bogging down here a little bit, and we'll move along.
It's been 2 hours.
Pardon me?
It's been 2 hours. Would you like to take 5 minutes? Just asking.
It's 2 hours. Do we need a break?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. If you feel it's appropriate to take a break. We've been
Let's take a 7-minute break. And reconvene on that clock at
10 after.
11:10. Which I believe we have in our file. The primary purpose of this resolution is basically to protect an area of 1,000-foot circumference around the well known as the something well.
Gallery, well.
Yeah, gallery well. Council has reviewed the resolution, and do you have any suggestions or comments?
Well, I prepared it based on the
So you-
request that we got.
You're comfortable with where we are then?
Yes, it's just to support we support that SW
PP, I forget what it is now.
Rocky
the
Mountain Water and
sanitation.
Sanitation District.
Right, but there's a sanitation, I forget what it's called now, protection plan or WSPP, I really don't remember.
RMWSD.
Well, that's
Rocky
Rocky
Mountain Water
Mountain.
and Sanitation District.
But then they had a resolution,
SWPP.
the SWPP, and we're also acknowledging that we support that and that we are following their recommendation that we create a buffer zone of 1,000-foot radius around the gallery well. And also that there's a request in there that any further on-site wastewater treatment systems in the county, if it's within 400 feet of infrastructure of Round Mountain Water District, that we require that they tie into that rather than have their own separate on-site systems. So I followed what their request was, and I think it's appropriate.
All right. I will make a motion that we adopt resolution number 1706, title a resolution adopting the source water protection plan approved and adopted by the Board of Directors of the Round Mountain Water and Sanitation District on March 16th, 2017.
I'll second that motion as stated.
We have a motion and a second discussion. I see nothing from my standpoint on here. Looking at this, to me, I think it's a very proactive step to take. And I'll call for a vote on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimous. Okay, next item of business will be the Hermit Bridge Grant Resolution and Intergovernmental Agreement. And do I have a copy of that, Brenda?
If you did, I do.
Maybe it's in here. Here's this Hermit Bridge. Got it.
Well,
This is
25
the,
pages.
it's 25
this
pages.
is, I didn't give you a copy of the IGA because it's
We
like,
have, do I have the signature page in here?
no, I've got them right here. We've got to
There's a
sign the
resolution.
resolution. These are all your signature pages.
Yeah, I know,
back
this
there.
is a resolution for the IGA. This is what we're acting on right now then,
Yes.
okay?
And then we also have to sign the IGA.
Okay.
Which
Clint,
is-
you're more comfortable with what we have here in the IGA? I don't see anything in it that bothers me.
No, the resolution just says we'll go to the next step in the process. Now, it's not committing any funding to anything at this time.
I'll make a motion that we adopt resolution number 1707, a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between Custer County and the Department of Transportation for the state of Colorado. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion? This is regards to the bridge on Hermit that we need to, will be hope to getting replaced this fall. Moving ahead. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, the next item of business will be extension discussion.
Okay. I would just like to state that I had a conference call on March 28th at 1 o'clock with Mr. Bill Noble, Jean Glowacki, Joan Jordan, and Judy Barth, Director of Operations of Administration for CSU. Joan Jordan is the program administrator, administrative assistant for Mr. Bill Noble. Jean Glowacki, the 4-H director, and the title for Bill is the Peaks and Plains Regional Director. So I had some questions regarding the situation to fill the position, and what was stated was that CSU handles the initial hiring process. They are a very small office. actually a party of 2. And there are 9 searches currently in CSU. We are number 8 in line. So 1 behind us and 7 ahead of us for a search. Mr. Noble is the head of the search committee. They are looking somewhere between July 1 and August 1 to put us in the queue for the search. At that time, a search committee will be put in place. They need to approve a position description, and that's only approved by CSU. Then they advertise it for 4 weeks. So they're gathering their search committee as they're gathering advertising. Candidates are scored during that time, and the references are done before scoring. They say it takes 3 weeks to interview for the position, and that there are 2 levels of interviews. One happens at the state level, the other at the local level here. So what comes from the levels of interview then goes as a recommendation to Mr. Lou Swanson, who is the Vice President of Extension for CSU. So we're actually looking at filling this position no later than January 1, hopefully between November and December. I also asked, because I was hearing through the grapevine that our 4-H foundation was changing, and it was verified by Mr. Gene Glowacki that our 4-H foundation is going to go to a council, and there's a chartered group that happens. There's new bylaws and there's a constitution. And the concern with CSU is that the 4-H name and emblem be in accordance with the state. So this new group is going to have its own EIN number. And like I said, it's a chartered group. It's under revision. And what I asked her is to please send me the documents that are under review, and I have yet to receive them. So I'll be on top of that. And I asked that our commissioners be kept in the loop. They had made the secretary/office manager upstairs, Carlin, and they gave her an interim position, an interim title, which is 4-H coordinator. I verified until we get our new extension agent that that's just an interim title, and she has the understanding, because I met with her, that once the extension agent is in place, she goes back to that title. I want to make it clear for the audience that the Carlin is a county employee. She is not a CSU employee, so we employ her. I also brought up the fact, because I met with Carlin on Monday, she had been operating without a job description. She was never given a job description. So I had Donna immediately supply a job description that Beverly was using over 20-some years. In my conversation with Bill and with Jean, I asked them to review that job description because they are giving her duties and responsibilities unknown to us. So that is in process as we speak. Okay? So that's pretty much the update. I had a lot of clarity, and if there's any questions on the floor, I welcome them.
I have a question. Timing seems like it could be quite a while before we have a new extension agent. Is there, other than Carlin, is there a potential to get an interim person to help handle the various activities that go on in extension, leads and rodeo and all that stuff?
Well, I was going to bring that up next.
Sorry, I
That's
didn't mean
okay.
to jump ahead.
No. Carlin actually sent a request to all 3 commissioners. I don't know if you've had a chance to review it.
I did.
But in lieu of the anticipated need, She is requesting that Kylie Rosansky be an assistant to her at no more than 2 days a week. Our budget can handle that. They actually had an area for extra help. But in lieu of the fact that we are not going to have a position filled, you saw by today's vouchers, we will not be paying CSU the quarterly amount that we would normally be paying an extension agent. So we've got some money to help with office upstairs.
Do you know this I don't know the person that
Yes.
she's requesting. Is that...
She's been working.
Okay, so she would be acceptable, you think?
Well, she's assisting.
She's working there, Donna's
Yeah.
acceptable.
Yeah, she was working there while Robin was here in January, February. They brought her on to do some extra duties.
Another option that I've seen in other states, and I don't know if these would exist here or not, but I've seen situations where the county actually hires a county agent, not an extension agent, but someone that works part-time to act in the higher administrative part of it. And as we go down the road, I haven't explored this, I'm not saying it's something we would look at, but it may potentially offer us, if we need more help than what we've got and more expertise. In other states, we've done this, and I don't see any reason why it couldn't be done in Colorado, because it's a county position. As an example of this is, I had a feedlot testing program in Sterling when I was a county agent, and that was funded by some other sources. So I was able then to hire a county extension employee to work on that project. They didn't report to CSU, they reported to the county extension director and to the county commissioners. So I think there's precedent down the road if it's necessary. I'm not saying we need to pursue it, but if something happens down the road, I think we do have other avenues if we need to.
As an interim.
If we need the technical support as an interim.
So, can I ask a question if I may, please? Is this someone who, in lieu of extension from CSU, or in adjunct with them?
No, it's someone that we hire as a county employee to take on our extension programs, which currently are not being able, if they aren't able to be handled by the office employee.
Got it. So CSU at that point would not be involved.
CSU has nothing to do with it.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Now we need to clarify that, but that's been done in the past where we bring in people and work on grants and stuff. In this case, we said, okay, we're going to bring you in as a part-time administrator.
Just wasn't sure I understood.
And I don't know if that would make sense, but that's an option that we could look at.
And I just want to make mention that I did sit with Carlin Monday. We had a nice meeting, and I got a report on the projects and her activities that she's done since March 1st.
Anything else?
Can I say something?
No.
When I started with the county, I started in the extension office in July, and they didn't have an extension agent till January. And then there was one other time that there was a pretty good period where we didn't have an agent. And I know the same happened with Beverly. And we didn't have at the time the grant work that Robin has done, but with support from CSU and surrounding counties, they helped a lot with other programs and stuff that I or Beverly couldn't handle during that time.
Yeah, that still exists today, and that is an obligation they have. But if we're not getting the support, if we run into an issue, it may offer us an opportunity. The other thing that related with the extension, but it's not, I mean it is, there's been some concern, and we got a letter from the weed district worrying about what we're going to do with the weed controls, and visiting with Gary. We need something we can use to take care of weed control along our highways, along our county roads. And basically, we're looking at the possibility, he felt that Barbie would have the time to coordinate any weed spraying we need to coordinate. So basically, that would become a county road and bridge responsibility. It wouldn't be an extension office responsibility.
So when you say coordinate, that would be like a schedule
schedule the stuff, and then also, we're looking at a county employee that would be doing the spraying, not hiring an outside person to come in. And then if we have a call in and we have noxious weeds over here, and we need to bring someone in, then I would think, would go to CSU and say, okay, we need a weed specialist down there to identify this. And then if they need to be sprayed, that needs to be done on a commercial basis until we get down Clint like we did last year, where we had that individual would not permit access to it.
Right.
And then we take the same steps as a county that we did last year.
And I'd also like to make mention that I did get a copy of our weed ordinance, and it does not require an extension agent. It's not part of those bylaws.
No. Okay.
Thanks for that update. I appreciate that, because I was wondering where we were.
So I have a question. In the past, the Extension Office has helped a lot with the community garden. And one of the other side is the potatoes. So we're going to potatoes. Is Carlin a full-time employee?
She is a full-time employee.
So would she handle the program where they come and distribute potatoes?
She may, or we may have about a county agent come in and head that up.
Yep.
I mean, that's like right now. But
I would have the conversation, and she knows at any time if there's something that she can't handle, she brings it to me.
Okay.
But we will, I assure you, get the support you need to continue with the community garden and continue with other activities. Because they're only, 50 miles
she
away.
found us manure and mulch and other things that helped a lot.
Do you have specifications on that?
On manure, grass-fed's best.
Okay.
Or local fed.
Okay.
Okay.
Horses or cows.
Anything,
Preferable species.
anything else we need to address?
Alpaca.
I would just, I don't know if, I guess we need a motion to approve the additional day for the office help upstairs.
I so moved that we add the time that you're recommending. Is it one more day? One more day for assistance to Carlin in that office.
You got a number?
I'll second it.
We're done.
Discussion? I wonder if we want to, I'm trying to think, we say now you only work 3 days a week. Do we need to identify that as days per month or something? Because there may be time that she's going to need 4 or 5 days of support in a row.
Especially
Not 3.
around fair. She's had the discussion with Donna with regards to budget, so she knows hourly where that cutoff is. But I agree, maybe we want to modify that and just say as the time needed, but not to exceed our budget. Is that okay, Jay? Closer to fair, she's
I
going
understand.
to be working.
She need to be working a whole lot more. When you say within budget, you're talking about what's already budgeted for her position?
For extra help in the extension
I'm
office.
fine with that. Yeah, that's fine.
That doesn't,
I got it.
doesn't tie us down to a set number of days.
I'm fine.
So you accept the motion as amended?
I do.
And you accept the second as amended?
Yeah.
Is there any other discussion? Do we need to help Kelly get this down in writing?
Hey, we all got our problems. That's her. I'm kidding. I'm teasing.
Are you comfortable, Kelly, with it?
I'm good.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Going to move on now to some additions to the discussion. There's been some confusion. I want to address the cattle guards on County Road 390 and correspondence we received from Robert Hamilton. The correspondence my 2 commissioners received said the County Board of Commissioners, which was incorrect. They met with me. And quite frankly, I feel as individual citizens requesting cattle guards on a county road, I think it starts with the commissioner and road and bridge and goes forward. I asked Mr. Hamilton, I said, well, give us all that you're concerned with. And this is the result of this communication received, Jay. It's something that I made as you were concerned about decisions on the Board of County Commissioners, meaning to that effect. The first one is the county's installation of 2 cattle guards on County Road 390. Hamilton has consented to pay all costs for installation, and that the county will maintain the cattle guards because I'm concerned about the liability of a private party jerking a cattle guard out and somebody driving into it. So from a county standpoint, that would be the first recommendation that I think we need to send back and say we will consider this, we'll do this, is that we be seeking primarily permission to locate 2 cattle guards. The second one, we recognize, and I don't know if we need to define this because we show on a survey that County Road 390 ends at Mike Halpin's western property boundary. The third one, county will maintain the road to the standards, and that is, I think that's a non-issue. We've graded a couple of times a year. We have. The number 3, he has a right-of-way easement will be defined. My response to this is that we define the county right-of-way as that necessary to maintain the road. We currently have the road in place, but if we need to go out and make that wider, or we need to widen that road or whatever, and almost all of our, and help me Clint if I misphrase this, but almost all of our county roads, it's kind of a prescriptive use that we have the right, if we need to expand the right-of-way, to maintain the road.
Correct.
Did I phrase that right?
Correct. We own very few roads, where we own the dirt. Most of them are just the rights of way, and they're not specific as to width. It's what we determine is necessary.
And I also think we need to identify in here that where the cattle guards are located, the right-of-way will include additional width to accommodate the gates that accompany a cattle guard. So that we do have a 12, 14, 16 foot gate, whatever we have as a standard. It goes up to the cattle guard, so if you're going down the road, you can easily drive off that road through the gate and back on the road. It's not going to be to cross a bar ditch or whatever. It's like we have on all our cattle guards. The county will assist if necessary to clear the records. Clint and I have talked about this briefly. Clint, would you like to what we just need to affirm, basically? You said through a letter?
There was a lawsuit between Dr. Hamilton and the Halpins back in 2002. The county was not a part of that litigation, but the result of that was a legal description of certain property that was declared to be part of this county road, which is incorrect, and it takes the road way beyond what actually exists. It goes down across some of Dr. Hamilton's property. The county's never claimed that. And I've indicated when the county was still in the current lawsuit, or the one that was just recently ended, as far as the county was concerned, I represented to Dr. Hamilton's attorney and to the Halpin's attorney that the county would cooperate in however was necessary to get that squared away, and the county would gladly sign something acknowledging it doesn't have any claim to this other property. And that was also in the motion to dismiss I filed, and also the reply that I filed in that case. We're on record as having already taken that position.
So that part of it is already taken care of.
As far as I'm concerned, it is.
Have we filed does he have the paperwork or whatever?
His attorney certainly does, yes.
Now, the other caveat to this, the reason for the discussion at this time, is that Mr. Halpin's attorney has initiated discussions with Mr. Hamilton's attorney, and they are in the process of settling their lawsuits. And they would like to settle this, they would like to have the road settled and everything's cleaned up. So that is the position we are right now. Do you have a thought? No? Questions or comments, thoughts from those?
I do. I would like to, on advice of counsel from his communication to us, adhere to what he's recommending, which is basically what you talked about. My concern is if Dr. Hamilton pays for the cattle guards, pays for the installation of it, and it's just...
And it's the county standards.
And it meets county standards, and let me finish. And the county maintains it once it's installed, which I know we have done on many, many roads throughout the county. I have no issues as long as Mr. Halpin agrees also. And the reason I say that is, the last thing I want to do is for us to get in there and put in a cattle guard that Sergeant Halpin feels is inappropriate, and then they initiate litigation against the county for not conferring with him about the cattle guards. So what I would really, my personal opinion would be, I'm perfectly fine having Dr. Hamilton put the cattle guards in, but I want to make sure that Sergeant Halpern also says, I don't have a problem with it since it's really a three-legged stool and I don't want the whole thing to topple over, because he goes, you have some right doing that. I have as much right to that county road as the doctor does, and you shouldn't have done this. So that's my concern.
I think historically the county has always had the right to install cattle guards where they deemed they were necessary. I appreciate that Mr. Halpin would be a part of the discussion, but when it comes down, it's not on his boundary line.
Well,
it's across a public county road, and I understand your concern, and we can explore it farther. But I'm not sure that that's a valid point of that has to happen or nothing happens.
If we're doing this as accommodation for one of two parties, and the other party is not in favor of it, I'm not in favor of it at all.
Why is this an accommodation for Halpin?
Because he asked for it. That's what he asked for.
Cattle guards, Halpin asked for the cattle guards?
Does that say put in two cattle guards right there?
But this is Hamilton.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
And as long as Sergeant Halpin concurs, I'm fine with this. I do not want to get us into a dispute between one of them saying, hey, wait a minute, you did this at the request of one party and I didn't want it. I do not want to get into another fight like we got into previously.
So you're saying that Halpin has the authority to override what the county discerns is in the best interest of the general public on a county road?
But that is not what is being done here. The best interest of the public is not cattle guards. It's Dr. Halpin that wants them.
I disagree.
So well, you can
Do you have
disagree,
any
but
comments,
that's
Tom?
how I feel.
Do we have any idea how long the dispute will be going on between the two of them still? Do we have any indication?
Since the county got out of it, I haven't been privy to any of the conversations that have been going on.
My sense from the Halpins was that, from the Hamiltons, excuse me, is that it is imminent.
If they invite me, I mean, if they want me to participate in any discussions, I'll be happy to do that on behalf of the county. I mean, the only thing that and I mentioned this in the memo I sent out to you, is that when it comes to determining the necessity of the county guard, the cattle guards, that Road and Bridge does need to be consulted on it. And I think at that time, at least Mr. Halpin should have an opportunity to express his position on it. The ultimate decision is up to you. I mean, I agree that he doesn't have the right to veto this if he doesn't want a cattle guard. He has the other option of putting a gate at the entrance to his property in lieu of a cattle guard, for example. But I didn't sit in when Dr. Hamilton made his presentation, so I don't know exactly where he wants those cattle guards located.
You two were both here, I believe, weren't you, when he made his presentation?
Yes, and there was, I don't know if they're still here, are those boards back there that they left? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there, I know nothing about this, so I'm just asking.
Pardon?
Is there additional cost to maintaining a road that has cattle guards versus maintaining a road that doesn't have cattle guards? Will there be additional county costs because of these cattle guards?
The cost that you're looking at is that normally about once every 10 years, the first thing that happens to a cattle guard is how often do you grade the roads and how often do you grade dirt into the cattle guard. And that is, yeah, move the other way where you can see. This road is only on a schedule to be maintained once or twice a year. It's not like we'll be maintaining it on a monthly basis. To clean a cattle guard, the process involved is taking a backhoe out, lifting the physical cattle guard out of this I think it's 6 by 16, I think, whatever the actual, or maybe it's 8 by 16. And then a normal cattle guard depth is about 18 inches. So then they clean out that dirt in that, let's say it's 10 by 20, in that 200-foot square area that's 1.5 feet deep.
Bob, there's another technique too that they're using in one of our cattle guards, is you raise the cattle guard up and then you clear it with water. That you have a drainage on each end, it's elevated, it's a lot simpler than bringing a backhoe out.
But it's not a major expense in terms of maintenance on an annual basis. You're probably looking, I don't know, I'm guessing it would take them a couple hours to flush the cattle guard out with the water truck.
Not even that.
So you're looking at
minimal.
At the 2 hours, so it'd be a very minimal cost.
But it is a little bit, slightly higher. To me, that's not an issue.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, legally, Halper may not be able to say anything, but it seems to me it's no big deal. We're making a mountain out of a molehill here. I mean, to me, you just say, hey, Alvin, you have a problem with this?
No, I mean,
yes or no? I mean,
that's my point.
I know. I mean, it's a nice thing to do. Let's just say, hey, here's what we want to do. Do you have a problem with it? And that's done.
And if he has a problem, we say,
well, so what's your problem? And then we address it or we don't. But we're making a mountain out of a molehill.
Then we can sit down and determine what we're going to do once we have his input. But I don't think we're going to do this without.
I think that's a 2-minute conversation. So, hey, you have a problem?
I think we're making way too much out of this,
right.
Jay.
Well, he is, but he's right.
Don't do this. I have a very legitimate concern.
From the public's point of view, this is the county giving in to the rich guy who has been a pain in the ass for 20 years, and there will be people that go, what the hell? I'm just saying, for a public perception, I think that Jay has a point, and it's totally up to you what you do with that, but you do need to be aware that there are a lot of people out there going, I wouldn't do anything for him. So,
and isn't that discriminatory?
Maybe, but I'm just from the public's perception of this guy. So you guys do what you want.
We will.
But obviously.
I agree with that, but this is, the issue is here is that we have a request from a private citizen that wants to put 2 cattle guards across the road. What happened in the past is done. What happened in the past, the county no longer has a part of. You disagree with that?
You just don't want to get back into it.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, I don't, and the whole public doesn't have that same consensus. That one person wants this. Just a question, asking.
It's a 2-person road, county road, 2-person. Agreeing to do something that one wants that may be adverse. Maybe. We don't know. And the question is exactly appropriate. Let's ask. If it is adverse to the second one, we, the county, will be right back in a lawsuit again going, how darn you do that? I would use the word damn you do that without conferring with me. This is my road just as much as it is his, and why did you give it to him when my request was not to do it? It needs to be a discussion. There needs to be a consensus. And I am not jumping into this because Dr. Hamilton said, I want it. And just because he has the money to pay for it is not sufficient, in my personal opinion, as a commissioner.
Well, I just think that you do not want, the county does not want to get into another lawsuit. And anybody can sue.
Ladies and gentlemen, please. This is a request we're discussing. We've not said we're going to do it. This is a request. We're trying to arrive at a document of what we will take forth. And when we arrive at that document, then is the time to say yes or no. We can certainly put in here, we'll visit with Hamilton, with Halpin. But this is the document that we're suggesting as a response to a taxpayer issue. And does not this deserve the same level of respect as any other response from the taxpayer?
Deserves the same level of conversation as every request made, and that's what we're having here. The request has boiled down to, should we do what what Dr. Hamilton wants? And the answer is maybe, but let's find out what the other party wants also, and then we can make a better informed decision. I think this is a healthy, appropriate discussion.
I'd like to add that if we're going to have this discussion, that we do it sooner than later.
Do it this afternoon if you like. I mean, I don't care. I just don't want to do what one side asks without the other side being a party to the decision. That's all. Or party to the, we'll make the decision, but party to the conversation. Because right now, it's not. I just feel that's very wrong.
At this point in time, I'm going to suggest we do this. First of all, let's address these points as proposed responses. And then as a caveat to though, I would like to instruct Commissioner Prince, being it's his district, to visit with Halpin
Certainly will.
and bring a response back to us by our next meeting, so we can go through this on a judicious manner. Because this has been hanging. They were here a month ago asking us to do something. We hadn't done anything.
Actually, 2 months.
2 months ago. So if it seems like we're pushing, I mean, I really don't think we are. But that having been said, maybe you can draft us something, including the language of consulting with Halpin, and we'll table this to our next meeting. Would that be reasonable, Counselor?
I ethically can't talk to Mike Halpin directly. He can talk to him, and that's fine, and I can. Because I do want to know what the Halpin's position is on this. After having looked at this, the cattle guards are not where I thought they were. They are not on the stretch of that road that Mr. Halpin has historically maintained himself for over 20 years. It's farther up on the road, and I don't know what his objection would be specifically to having cattle guards located there, and I don't know what Road and Bridge would think about.
We've already talked about it.
Whether that would, okay.
It's something we can do.
All right.
As a Road and Bridge representative, I've covered,
Okay,
we
well,
talked about that.
It's, like I said, it's not, I thought it was going to, one of them was going to be, or they were both going to be on that stretch that had been disputed so hotly for years, but it's farther up the road, so that's fine. If you'll talk to Mike Halpin and find out, if he says talk to my attorney, I'll talk to his attorney about it, but
I don't think it's necessary. I mean,
it's up to whatever his response is.
Let me talk to him, and then I'll bring back to this tribunal what his response is. I will do my best to have it for the next meeting, which is just a few days away. And I will let you know what he says, and if he says, I need a week to think about it, that's what I'm going to tell you. If he says yes, I'll tell you that. If he says no, I'll tell you that. So whatever he relays, I will just inform you, and then we will know better how to move forward.
Can I also ask Bob that for the sake of the public, Jackie had asked, how much would this cost the county to maintain, that we get a ballpark figure
Well,
on what that
I think we're very clear on this. I'll give you a figure, but if we take a man out there, we're paying $16 an hour and he's there for 2 hours, that's $32. If we have a water truck in Wetmore that we fill with water at the Wetmore shop, and we drive 3 miles out to flush the cattle guard, and then the cost of the water at so much cents a gallon, the whole cost, when you look at it, is going to be probably less than $100 or $150, and that's probably a 1 in 10 year cost. So that's $10 or $15 a year.
And that's fine. I just think it's important that the public understand what that costs.
Do you understand, Jackie? Is that what we're talking about in terms of cleaning? You understand that concept?
And I think it's important to note that we do have other cattle guards on county roads that we maintain. So if this is appropriate, that additional cost to me is de minimis, and it's not an important issue. But I think the question is right, because if it was $1,000 to clean this time, then it's a fair question.
And also I respect where we are, but I also want to reiterate, folks, that the county has been installing cattle guards on county roads for probably 70 years. And we have established policy, we have established protocols in doing it. And that's when someone comes to the county commissioners and asks for a county road cattle guard, you look at what it's going to do. And as an example, let me give you a specific historical point. We had a fight in here one time between Harold Schwartz and Joe Tomsick. They wanted a cattle guard between Corita and Highway 96. Harold didn't want a cattle guard because he was grazing part of Tomsick's land. They come in here, the commissioners approved it because they felt it was a prudent cost because to save the maintenance of the county road fences. And they walked out here, right here, crawled between the bars and had a fist fight. They got done, the little guy whipped the big guy. And a month later, they were speaking to each other.
Arm wrestle, let's see who wins.
The winner got the cattle guard.
Yeah.
That would have saved the county a lot of
Well,
money.
cop guard,
If
put
20
half a
years
cattle
ago,
guard
the
in.
two of them had.
All right. So to reiterate then, we'll summarize where we are here. We'll discuss it again on Tuesday. In the meantime, you see what the response is from Mike.
We'll take care of that.
And then bring back to us.
We'll be happy to do that. But as opposed to the rest of these, my personal opinion is we have a confidential communication from our legal counsel, and I feel that we should concur with what he says based upon, and they're basically the same thing that Dr. Hamilton is asking for, other than the definition of the road. I would like to defer and concur with what our legal counsel advises us to do, based on the memo. My opinion.
As I understood what you said, Bob, that essentially what I had in my memo is what you're proposing, not to agree that the right-of-way is 16 feet wide.
No. We just say that. Well, let me rephrase what I've said, and they've said they will accept. Number one is that it will remain a county road. Okay. Number two, he's requested the installation of 2 cattle guards. He wanted us to split, and I said no. He said, if you will give me permission to do it, he said, I will build them to your specifications to meet what the county requires.
Okay. That's a question mark at this point.
And then, what do you mean the question mark?
Whether we're going to do that or not.
Whether we do it, but the proposal is that he build them to the county specifications.
Okay.
That's the part of the proposal that's on the board. Okay. The third one that we've talked about, the eastern terminus is a mile and a half, and I don't see where that's anything because that's where the county road ends. The fourth one is, or the third one, let me see. So, the county will maintain the road to county standard. We'll maintain them as we have as a secondary road.
That's correct.
The next one is that the only part of that I have a little question on, that we're going to meet and to ensure adequate provisions for surface water drainage is provided. I would take that out if we haven't needed culverts there until now. We're not going to go there if I look at that as a separate issue.
I agree.
All right, the next one I look at is that defined to the existing width of the road approximately 16 feet. No, it will be the access, the right-of-way by presumptive use will be whatever is necessary to maintain the county road.
Concur.
And that will include adequate passageway through the gates that will be installed with the cattle guard.
I concur.
And the fourth one is that the county will assist if necessary to ensure that the records are done. This is something that Clint has initiated. It's something that they have some concerns because, and you as an attorney, I assume you appreciate this, is that we have some court decisions and then things were overturned and deeds were issued and so forth. And they're requesting that we get that cleared up as to who owns that county.
Absolutely concur with that.
And
No
then,
problem there.
and then taking those points, we will, you will visit with Mike.
Do that
And go forward.
ASAP.
We're in
Sounds like
agreement?
a plan.
Okay, with that having been said, we will table this item to the let's try the, shall we try the 5th? 4th's getting kind of busy.
The 4th,
Now what?
it's up to you, but
Well, you
we have
suggest that-
less on the agenda on the 4th.
Okay, we'll do it on the 4th then. Does that explain it, Jackie, where we are? Good, thanks for your input. Okay, now you understand where we are, Gary?
I do.
Everybody any other questions? Okay. We'll move on now. Another piece of item business we need to take care of. When we appointed the interim assistant road bosses, we appointed them on an interim basis. As a bookkeeping point, I can find no place that we appointed Larry Haynes as the assistant road boss in Wetmore, because we put both those on an interim. I would like to make a motion that we clarify that and that Larry Haynes be appointed as the assistant road boss, and we're taking the interim off of it. And that is with the concurrence of Gary as the county road boss. Thoughts, discussion?
Well, you want a second first, and then we'll discuss?
Well, I'm going to second yet.
That's what I'm
You
asking.
made the motion. Okay, I'll second the motion.
Okay, now discussion.
Okay. My only concern is, the reason that we did that, and I remember distinctly, was because the question was, and it was a valid question, and I don't have an answer, it's just a question out there. Do we even need an assistant road boss in Wetmore, or will Gary and our assistant road boss up here be sufficient down there? And that was why we said, let's just leave it as interim at the moment. And I just want to know, has that been resolved? Does Gary feel it's necessary? And I defer to him to tell us whether that's
Let
something.
me reiterate what I said, if I may, Commissioner. Gary and I visited about this, and Gary's recommendation is that he be appointed assistant road boss in Wetmore. And then at the end of the year, we'll look at staffing and all of those.
Well, Mr. Chairman, that was the question that was originally asked, and it wasn't resolved, so now if we're going to resolve it now, that's fine.
I don't know what to do. I mean, to me, it just cleans up a loose end.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Now I'm going to defer to you. You had something with Mike Carter?
I do. The Custer County Affordable Housing Committee is requesting that Mr. Mike Carter, who is the building and zoning official in Westcliff, be added as a member of the committee. I can read his short email. Mr. Carter has also sent in a request to be on this committee. He has 25 years in zoning and planning and 50 years experience as a contractor. And when we talk about affordable housing, those are obviously the things we want. Mr. Jarvis, Wilson Jarvis is the one, he's the chairperson of this committee, and he wrote, and I'm just going to quote, I'm going to read it. In the Custer County Affordable Housing Committee met on March 27th. In that meeting, a motion was made, seconded, and unanimously agreed to upon to request that the Custer County Board of Commissioners appoint Mike Carter to the committee as a representative for the town of Westcliff. And by the way, let me finish and I'll tell you. Mr. Carter has extensive knowledge in housing in the county and will be an excellent addition to our committee. Below is his request, and it goes on. And he just says, respectfully request. We do have the building and zoning official for Silver Cliff is on. Roger Kemper is a member of this committee. And this is not a quid pro quo because we have one, we need the other. It's just because we have that wonderful knowledge. So I would like to make a motion that we add Mr. Mike Carter to the Custer County Affordable Housing Committee.
Alex.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'll second the motion as stated.
Discussion? I'll call for the question. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. This brings up another issue related to the Housing Committee, and we can't answer it today, but we need to find out what the limitations are on county commissioners serving as voting members on subcommittees.
Okay.
Because they voted to ask
They asked me to be a voting member.
Be a voting member.
And if that is inappropriate, I will refrain from that. If that is...
I guess we need to look into it because we're all sitting on the 911 board as voting members.
Right, so, I mean, either we are or we're not.
But the 911 is not a county board. We're voting members as members of the 911 board.
Okay.
They have their own entity.
Well, I sit on the tourism board as a voting member.
I don't have any objection, but I think we need to clarify, because I can see potentially where you're a voting member, and then when it comes to here, I know it's going to taint discussions.
It definitely could be a conflict of interest if you're a voting member and you're making recommendations to the commissioners. I absolutely agree with that. That could be a conflict of interest.
You can remove yourself.
Here's what I would suggest.
Well, let's explore.
No, I think it's you bring up a wonderful point. And maybe we ought to have open to the public a little workshop and decide how do we want to handle this from this point forward. Invite anybody who would like to come and let's discuss that, because that is an excellent point. I mean, I don't feel comfortable as a voting member recommending something that I'm all hepped up on a committee that I'm on? That's a fair question.
I also, I don't know if there's anything in statute that would address that or not, probably not.
Actually, this is something right now that's a matter of discussion among the county attorneys, and I'll just go back and look at what they've exchanged, but I don't think it's a problem, actually.
I don't can of worms, I just want to have a clarification.
It's a fair question.
I'll look at it again.
Appropriate.
Okay. Do we have anything with payment lower taxes? I don't think we do. We have a proclamation that's not on the agenda, but we'll add it.
Is that
for
No,
midnight?
that's for next week.
Oh, it
Is
says
that the,
Yeah.
for Anna?
Yeah.
yeah.
You've got today's date on it.
that-
next week.
Yeah, I thought
It's
it was
okay.
gonna be today, but, Tim Swartz's wife is doing a real fancy one, and they
Okay.
added some wording to it because, it was left out about her years as VSO.
Okay,
And he will be bringing that with his report
okay.
on,
So,
Monday,
it's the
or
same thing.
Tuesday.
Okay, what we're talking about for the rest of you folks, Custer County, Colorado proclamation to honor Anna Orgeron, who's worked so many years for the veterans and so many years for the county, and her health isn't real good. And there's a series of things that she has done for the county, and therefore Custer County, Colorado hereby recognizes Anna Orgeron and thanks her for the many years of dedicated service adopted on this one day.
She worked on search and rescue with me.
So on search and rescue. She's a, let's see, was an adjutant for 12 years, as well as finance officer, service officer, children and youth chair, Cub Scout unit chairperson, VANR chair, news editor, webmaster for the American Legion. Whereas Laura Lorraine Silva was chairperson for the local Vietnam Veterans Welcome Home event in '09. Has served Custer County in a multitude of ways, including High Altitude Garden Club, Search and Rescue, Chamber of Commerce, and 4-H. Whereas the county would like to honor Anna Orgeron. Orgeron. I have a terrible time with that.
And O.
Cajun.
Since the first day I tried to murder it, I still keep. Anyway, recognizes her service and thanks her for many years. So we'll address that as the next issue then. Okay? Anything else at this time?
Yeah, I just got an email that there was another bid that's gonna come in on the courtroom door on Monday.
The
And,
modified bid? Is that the modified bid?
like a different bid, I believe.
A totally different group?
Yeah, at first she said it was from Jake, and then she said it was from Jay, so I'm not sure.
Not this Jay.
I know.
I don't know how to
Kay,
hold a hammer.
Kay is the one that emailed me. So, do we want to just add it to an agenda on Wednesday?
After we had our courthouse security meeting, I think there's a very real concern. Would you, Donna, this is buildings, is that?
I agree.
Absolutely.
I mean,
We
I
need to do this ASAP.
I don't know that we're going to respond to it at this point in time.
I don't think we have a set bid deadline, did we, for the door? So, let's, shall we look at what you got and you can come back with us on the 4th?
You said, is this the courthouse?
This is the door.
The door from Mike Halpin's area
That's the
into
security
the courtroom.
Okay. For us to approve or not, that's what you're saying?
Yeah.
That was in the discussion last
Yeah.
week, so it's the door, I thought you meant the whole,
It's $2,000
right.
to allow the judge.
That can go on the agenda.
You want it on Tuesday or Wednesday?
Like
Yeah.
Tuesday's the lighter day.
Whichever one you want.
Yeah, well, it's getting heavy now, so.
I don't anticipate this would take long.
Yeah.
Okay, at this time, I would like to remind the audience and my colleagues that we will be going into recess, and we're going to reconvene tonight at 7 p.m. in here or in the courtroom. And the other items that will be continued at this time will be commissioner items and public comment. The reason for this being to allow those folks who are working during the day to have an opportunity to come in the evening and visit with us. So I hereby declare our meeting in recess.
Can I just add one thing? Just a reminder for everybody that a Wetmore meeting that we agreed to move to Wednesday, the third Wednesday of each month, was supposed to start in April. That's going to start in May. So the April meeting will still be on the third Tuesday. Thank you for letting me put that in there.
Anything else? Thank you for all of your endurance. We've got an hour to sign checks and get
That.
come out of recess and reconvene the regular meeting of Custer County Board of Commissioners. We have 2 agenda items that are left. One is our commissioner items, and the second are public comments. And we're just going to go down the row with our commissioner items. Jay, if you'd like to start.
Do we need to reintroduce?
Oh,
our
wait a
items?
minute. Yeah, I guess we should. I didn't do the flag because we've just been in a recess. Let's go around and then, so we have your name on the thing here.
Brent Mercer, Westcliff.
Wilson Jarvis. Westcliff.
No. George Coombs, Westcliff.
Ralph Hood, County Square.
Andrew Zeller.
Rick Barnes.
Polly Miller.
Jackie?
Jackie.
It's always encouraging when we know their name. I got a pup I call Megan. She comes too.
Stop. Twice now. Somebody said Jackie.
Brenda?
Mary Gal.
Jim Chaplin.
Paulette Chaplin.
Okay, thank you very much. Are we ready now to proceed, you think? Okay, Jake?
First thing I'd like to say is, look brave souls you are. I mean, it's Friday night, it's snowing, and you came to hear us. I gotta question your seats here.
Sanity.
Anyway, no, seriously, thank you for coming. What we do is, when we talk about commissioner issues, I'm just gonna kind of go down the committees that either I'm on or responsible for. Then I want to talk about an issue out at the airport that is one of my responsibilities. The committees that I'm responsible for are zoning and planning, airport. I'm responsible for the Upper Arkansas Council of Government. That's our water rights in southern Colorado, really, really important. I'm the board liaison with recycling. I and my fellow commissioners are all on Custer County Emergency Services. I'm on the Colorado Film Commission. I'm the chair of that, and I'm waiting for some great movie to show up here so I can get in it somehow. Anyway, Public Health Department is my responsibility. Department of Human Services is mine. I'm responsible for affordable housing. Useful public service, if anybody doesn't know what that is, that's good. You learn about that when you break the law and the judge says you have 20 hours of community service. That's where I come in. I am also the board liaison with the CCECC, the Custer County Early Childhood Council, and this is something that's just starting up in the county. It's a wonderful, wonderful program. It's funded by the state. There's no money that's coming out of our tax dollars locally. They'll come out of state tax dollars, of course. And the purpose of the CCECC, the Custer County Early Childhood Council, is to help children ages 0 to 8, and of course their parents also, have a high-quality start in life. So what this council does, it gets with the parents to help the kids get the best nutrition they can, get the best health care they can. It helps with early schooling, like preschool, before you go to preschool. The two people who are really responsible for this, I'm just the board liaison, is Butch Gaiman and Jessica Carter at the library. And the library is going to be hosting this, but I'm the board of trustees, board of county commissioners liaison with that. So that's what keeps me kind of busy. I'd like to bring you up to date on the Wetmore Community Center. The Wetmore used to be called the Wetmore Library. Now it's going to be called the Wetmore Community Building. This project is close to completion. We have a few more weeks. Exactly how many, I don't know, because every time we get an update, Don and I spend every week down there getting updates from the builders. It seems like that little schedule gets pushed out a little bit. But this is going to be the finest building in Custer County by far, by none. It's a lot of money's going into it. Some our money, mostly DOLA funds. And this is a community center. Even though it's a Wetmore Community Center, it's open to everybody. So if you decide you want to have a wedding, or maybe a little old for that, maybe you want to have a revow,
A sitcom.
a whatever.
I think we're probably on the wedding stage, but who knows?
That's why I was going to say a reaffirmation of your marriage.
Oh, okay.
A reaffirmation, except for the one blushing back there. It's a wonderful, wonderful building, and please go down there. And it's not quite done, so I mean, it's, we have more work to do. It's going to be spectacular. An initiative that I'm working on right now, just kind of keep you up to speed on what I'm doing. Our airport, the Silver West Airport, many of you may or may not know that airplanes land and take off on a taxiway. That is not a runway. It was never designed to be a runway. Fortunately, it meets the requirements to take off planes of the size that we're allowed to use. The Federal Aviation Administration will pay for a brand new runway, 100%. We estimate the cost to be in excess of $5 million for this because it'll have lighting and that kind of thing. We're not going to have a control tower. We're never going to be big enough for that. Well, I never say never. At this time in the foreseeable future, we probably won't need a control tower. Come on in. So, how do you
Just
get...
drag your chair in.
Yeah, just come on in.
Grab a couple and come in.
Here's another road.
So how do we get the FAA to spring for over $5 million in a little county like Custer County? And what it takes is a compelling reason. So I'm working very closely with Dallas, who is the chairman of the airport board. And I'm also working with the Sheriff's Department, because they transport prisoners in and out, Office of Emergency Management, back there, so that we can coordinate if it's fires in the area or other emergencies that need to be coordinated. Obviously, search and rescue, we have the Sangres, and it seems like more and more we're having to have folks go up and get rescued, sometimes worse, on our mountain ranges. And I'm working with our fire district in terms of if we do have a catastrophic fire, we're going to need tankers in here flying in that could pick up water. And I'm also working with our clinic, medical clinic, so we can do a rapid evacuation if that becomes necessary. So we're hoping to get statements from all of these folks, and we're going to go to the FAA. We have a short period of time to do that. I think it has to be done by, I say short, I think it's October we have to have this in. And we're going to take our very, very best shot at this, because I think it's something that we really need to do. So aside from all the other things I tell you I'm working on, that's one of my major thrusts at the moment. And I'll be happy to answer any questions on any of the things that I'm up to at this point.
What are the odds of getting that runway? Feel good about it, or is it a long shot?
It's a long shot.
Is it?
It's a long shot. But it's a shot. And I feel remiss if we don't at least take our best shot. And that's why I want statements from the heads of all those areas I just talked about, saying why we must have this for our community. And really and truly, we do need it for these reasons. It's not to fly in and out celebrities or, whatever. We're that kind of community that has a strong need, and hopefully we can convince them of such.
Well, economic development as well.
And that's right. Economic development, I spoke,
a little fluffier, but...
Yeah, I spoke to a fellow in El Paso County, and he said, don't put that down, because that's not a compelling need for the airport. Emergency services is compelling, so I intentionally left that off, although it is an enormously important part of it. But I appreciate you bringing that up. So anybody have any questions about what I'm up to? Well, that was easy. Thank you for that.
I think Jay covered a lot of things that he's doing in that airport. We've had lots of mixed signals on it. Some think it's wonderful, others wonder why, and others think maybe no. It'll be a walking thing before we run. I think another thing, Jay, that we just got involved or will have installed is some kind of a radio system where the pilot can click his mic and get a weather report from on site. I don't remember all the details, but that's something we haven't had, so you can get on-site crosswinds and stuff to be landed on. Well, I'm not near as busy as the other guys. I've only got 4 items that I work on. Road and Bridge, Office of Emergency Management, Veteran Services, and the landfill. We'll start with the landfill first. Rusty Christensen has moved out to the landfill full-time. And it was a move that he requested and I think was needed because there's a lot of stuff out there that needs to be caught up, ready for more. We've got some excavation to do. We've got to get going soon on some additional expansion planning. We do have some ideas. There's a low place just to the northeast of the current landfill structures over there. And there's some thoughts that we can put a barrier across that lower end of a dike or dam, and that we can maybe use that for expansion. But we do have a landfill that's going to be for probably the next 5 to 7 years of service. It seems like each time we measure it, they come up with the same number, but it's something that's not going to be out of room tomorrow. I think the bright spot of the landfill, it normally costs us $100,000 to $150,000 of county monies to run the landfill. It was $18,000 last year. They come with $18,000 of breaking even. And that's because of the increased usage, the increased number of tipping fees that we're collecting. Another area we're looking at on the landfill, Rusty and maybe 1 or 2 of the others will be going to some specialized training for fire management. After they complete this fire management course, and Cindy can maybe help me a little bit here, but then we will be able to burn if we meet certain standards of environmental conditions and so forth. But right now they're limited to a 4x4x8 pile of slash, and that really isn't very much. But this would enable us then to increase the slash as we continue to encourage mitigation. This will allow another place that we could store it, and that would be probably things that we would store, I'm just guessing, but say from now until October. And then we might burn in the middle of winter, or we might have to wait for some of that to dry out, depending how wet it is when it comes in. And we're just looking at that. But if that were the case, it does 2 things. Number one, it allows our people someplace to dispose of. All of the wood products out there will also take stuff. And number 2, it's an opportunity for us to bring the landfill into a paying situation rather than a subsidized situation. The Veterans Administration, a Veteran Service Officer, I think has been, for me, a bright spot. As you know, Tim Swartz is our VSO. Tim has been here, I don't know, a couple of years, I guess now, and has continued to reach out and expand the veteran base. We now have, as of the last report I have, 341 veterans registered with our service office. And when he took over, it was someplace, I think, in the 100s or a little bit higher. Another thing Tim has done, which I think is commendable, he's taken additional training to get into the VA system and has passed all the background security checks and everything that's associated with that. And he's able now to get into the federal system. Before, we had to go to Denver and then wait through their queue to go to DC, and then stuff from DC back to Denver and back down here. So this is allowing us to provide much faster service to the veterans. And another thing that it is doing is veteran service doesn't know a county line. So we have people from Fremont County coming up here. We have people from Wharfnell coming up. We have people from Salida coming down. And I'm concerned that we not get too many people here because I want everybody here, but I don't want to dilute the services to our veterans. And if we reach that point, then we're probably going to be looking at some additional help or something. But right now, Tim is able to handle what's there. We'll be in Wetmore 2 days a month. Right now, he's going down 1 day a month. And quite frankly, I think it's been good. The other day, he picked up a veteran that moved to Oklahoma, I think. And he thought his address changed at the VA, but he didn't. So the address, he got part of it changed, but he didn't. So the notifications for him to go get his annual health examination didn't get to him. So he missed his appointment. So the VA sent him a letter and notified him that he would be cut off the system in 2 months. Well, Tim picked up on that, got a hold of the veteran, was able to get the hold of the VA and straighten it out, so this man's checks will continue to arrive on a regular basis. If he hadn't had the capability to get online through DC, it certainly wouldn't have happened that quickly. Any questions on the VA? The next area I want to go into then is the Office of Emergency Management. And Cindy, as I go along and stumble, I would like you, this is Cindy Howard. You probably all know Cindy, but Cindy is the emergency manager of our emergency responses in Custer County. The way this works, folks, is kind of like, well, it isn't like, it is. We had the Junkins fire, and we have a command system set up. They went from the county to the state to the feds. And incident command, emergency management was all a part of that. We are very concerned about the potential for flooding in Wetmore. It depends on what kind of moisture we get, how much we get. But there's 18,000 acres that burned, and about 10,000 of those are very severe or severe. And that means that the soils are very hydrophobic, that the water, when it falls on there, is going to run off and not soak in much in most cases. This is a very late season fire, and through Cindy's efforts, we've been able to hook up, if you will, with the Army Corps of Engineers, and they have decided, because it's somewhat unique late season fire, they're going to conduct a research project for the next 5 years or so on that burn scar. So we'll have some very finite data of how a late season fire responds, because we've had freezing and thawing through the winter. Not a lot, but we've had some. We're having stuff starting to green up there, starting to poke up, you know, a leaf of wheat or a leaf of grass or oak brush up through the burn areas. And we think we've got, you know, potentially some things going. But I'm working also on the projected flood flows. We've got some other agencies we're working with. One of them is called MWAP, which is the Middle Arkansas Wildfire Prevention Program, right?
Partnership.
Partnership.
Moppy. Middle Arkansas Wildfire Protection.
But these folks have worked with mitigation and prevention efforts. We're looking at what we can do with mitigation around the state. We do have one program Cindy's working on, is that we start at Alvarado, Horn Creek. Where do we start on the Sanger Pistol?
We're going to try to get a vendor to write a community wildfire protection plan for the Sangres foothills. So it's about 37 miles long along the Sangres, and I think that'll be going out to RFP. The public notice published a week ago Friday for the 45-day public comment period.
So what we're trying to do is to be able to have a plan and encourage mitigation efforts along there, so if we get a fire, we can minimize the potential spread of it.
Part of that too, yesterday's burning up by Tanglewood, that's one of the reasons we're working that project area. So we have lots of other federal and state partners also working to increase fuel breaks, and so we want to get the funding and the projects identified to start even improving that barrier, that area more in conjunction with these other projects to get a little better grip and teeth in the project.
As a reference, they burned 500 slash piles yesterday. They burned 500 today, and they only have 34,000 yet to go. And that's Forest Service numbers. That's actual slash that they piled up. That has to be cleaned.
They finished in the Tanglewood area yesterday. Dennis Page said he'd take me on a tour up there. He said it looks really good.
They've got another burn project they have up there. I think all those are identified in the hazard mitigation plan. And then it'll probably be fall before they burn the piles at Alvarado.
But it is, we're trying to work,
Progress.
and that's coordinating through our Office of Emergency Management. We feel that prevention or minimizing is as important a task as recovery or response during an emergency. Wetmore, excuse me, yes ma'am.
May I ask a question? Yesterday when they did the control burn, is there any way of notifying people so we don't have panic mode and call 911?
Yesterday was just too big. Excuse me?
I'm sorry, I was just commiserating. I dialed 911
Yeah.
at the same time.
Right.
Yesterday.
I know, yeah, not everybody Facebooks, but it's the best way we have to get information out on a timely fashion is through our Facebook pages, just because the conditions have to be right. They can't plan this burn a week or two in advance so we can put it in the newspaper. So they do call the sheriff, they call the fire chief, and they call my office, and everyone knows that they're doing it, and so we try to get that word out, but...
What about that reverse 911?
We can do that, but it's a very expensive, we pay $4,550 a year and we get 7,500 minutes. And so if we do that every time just for a alert, you know, to give you a heads up, then I'm gonna have to look for some more funding because I'm gonna go over my minutes and I'm gonna have to start paying more.
But it's a very good point.
Yeah, no, it
Can we
is.
post it on the website? Because a lot of us don't have Facebook.
I could talk to Chuck about doing that.
Cindy can get a site because I don't want to put that on Brenda's desk because that isn't quite the circle it's in. I don't know what happened yesterday. They called the sheriff's office.
Everybody called. You're coming in the canyon and they see
And,
flames.
And I'd asked about that about 7:30 yesterday morning when they called and told me they were going to be burning. And I don't know what happened. It didn't get out because the fire department responded and Road and Bridge was wondering what it was until my wife called them and told them.
We can try to coordinate with the messaging board at the school, and then as part of the Wetmore project, we're going to request 2 VMS messaging boards for the highways. So if we do pull some funding for that through Road and Bridge, we can get those out there and have that messaging too.
But again, we have a mixed role. As commissioners, we don't have a whole lot to do with the fire part of it other than having fire plans, fire response plans, those type of things. And so we have plans in place when we have situations arise. This would primarily, I think, be the responsibility of, well, first of all, Forest Service or BLM, the agency burning. And then I would think the next place by our fire code, the way we're supposed to burn is that you notify the sheriff's department.
It would help if they said it was a control burn when we called 911. They just said, oh yeah, we've been notified.
Well, I don't know. But,
that would be helpful.
oh yeah, but those are all, I fully agree with you, and I'm sure that it will be improved. I appreciate everybody's vigilance, and we need to continue that. So don't be a bit embarrassed, or don't be, I mean, always good to report, just in case it is a tragedy occurring. Any other thing on the fire part? Because we got more to go. Okay, now we get down to the aftermath of the Junkets fire. We're very concerned if we have a major flood. We have a number of residences in Wetmore and in Greenwood that are, quite frankly, at risk. Some of these houses are only 2 or 3 feet above the creek. To compound the issue, most of them have wells beside their house, and they have a septic tank with a leach field coming out along the creek. So if we do have an event, there's going to be several things that we have to respond to, and I'll get that in a minute. But what we're trying to do to help minimize that is get the creek areas cleaned up. We had some crews down there last weekend I think it was last weekend they were down there working. And the folks, it's private land, it's their responsibility. But we're trying to encourage and bring in help and stuff so we can get that creek cleaned out so we don't have as much debris come down, because there's going to be a lot of debris come off the fire. What happens with the debris flow, it'll hit a spot and dam up, and then it breaks, and that sends a pulse down the creek. And then it dams up again, and then it breaks, and another pulse down the creek. So I think we're doing all that we can at this point in time. we have had sandbag training. Now, have any of you ever filled sandbags? It is amazing to me how many sandbags it takes to secure a small area. I mean, I visualize just, stack them up. Well, if you go 3 foot high, my goodness, you're already 5 foot wide at the base. So, I mean, it's just hundreds of thousands of sandbags. I've contacted the Colorado Department of Highways. I've heard that they have a sandbag machine. They make something to go on the front of the front end loader so you can fill 25 bags in about 2 minutes. And I'm going to see if we can track that down. We thought about buying one, but they're about $15,000. And you would have very little use for it except when you really needed it. So I'm trying to track down through their maintenance people to see if there is one and if we can work out arrangements with the folks in Wetmore have access to it. What else, Cindy? We have...
Is the community center, the new community center in jeopardy?
Did somebody pay you to ask that question?
So today I was up at the COCO offices in Lake George.
Tell them what COCO is.
COCO is Collaboratives and Coalitions. I might have it backwards. But it's the nonprofit that's helping us protect the watershed, working with Custer. They're the nonprofit that's helping us get projects identified and get funding. They're working all 3 fires right now. And we're kind of the tail end of, we're the last fire, so we've been last in line. Kate Spinelli and I were up there today. Teresa Springer is the one who's kind of coordinating everything there. They're starting work on Tuesday on the North Creek side with Swift Crews. They're going to be working every other week up there. They're going to be starting some on private property. And that's the really hard part for the Office of Emergency Management, the state funding and things I can go after. I can only go for public infrastructure, public property. But they've gotten some money. They're going to be working on some seeding, some felling trees. They've got a company, Captain Hook, that's going to bring some dumpsters in and start some metal recycling. Jackie's going to go with me. We're going to look at some of the old septics from the 2012 fire, and we're looking at a public health grant to go ahead and make sure those are drained and just, put out, decommissioned, I guess is the proper word. And then we talked a lot today about the incident action planning and the police chief of Manitou Springs. I'm going to see if he'll come up and walk us through what their incident action plans were. So a lot of different moving parts and pieces, and she's got Swift Crews. She's got Team Rubicon coming in to do some sandbagging down in Wetmore, and she's got a conference call on that scheduling. So I didn't bring the whole list of projects.
I mean, you get it a sense. The Swift team comes out of the prisons.
They're a Sawyer crew. Chainsaw crew to fell the trees. The county attorney, Clint Smith's working on a permission form for me so our volunteers can go onto private property and private property owners really need to get engaged, but we are looking for some volunteers to help spread seed and do some mitigation work, and that ties back into why we're looking at the certified burners because, locally we don't have a place to take the slash. The only place that's really available to us right now is 12 Mile, and that's not cost effective to haul slash up to 12 miles. So there's a lot into it. There's a whole public health side of, some of the things that can happen in that area.
I would like to, if you want, I'd like to respond to your question first. Is the community center in the floodplain or at risk? The answer is yes. We're about 1.5 foot above the creek bank. And we have the Corps of Engineers cooperating with us, working on a design for sandbagging. We're looking at 2 or 3 different methods, but probably the method we're going to use, there's a sandbag, I don't remember the name of them, but they're about 3 foot by 3 foot by 4 foot or so that you just fill with dirt. I think some of you probably remember the floods in Louisiana where the helicopters were coming over and dropping those. It's kind of like that, only these are interconnected. I don't know if we're going to come along the creek and try to contain it, or we're just going to go around the community building.
I found out today.
Did you find out?
Yeah, we can't go along the creek because you're right. If we push water back to the other side, then we're liable for the houses on the other side. So we'll ask Don Gallegos to help us. It'll be HESCOs around the community center. We put in $35,000 for the project cost, and we're presenting that as one of the items to DHSEM for hopefully, urgent funding, and if not, we can look at DOLA for some of that.
On the other side, I feel confident that we can protect the building where it won't be at risk.
Is it flood insurance?
Yes.
We're covered if we have,
We are covered.
we have damage.
Can I respond to that question about flood insurance? The county is covered for flood insurance in our building. Unfortunately, the vast majority of the homes in the Whitmore area are not able to get flood insurance. And one of the reasons for that is because the county does not have a building code.
Right.
FEMA underwrites the vast majority of flood insurance. That's the Federal Emergency Management Agency. So without the FEMA underwriting, you can buy it from Lloyd's of London is I think that's the only place that I've heard that you can buy it, and it's very, very expensive. So while our building is protected, we have very, very significant fears about the buildings, the homes in Wetmore at this moment.
Well, at the same time, I do know that the Donnelly Insurance in Florence is selling flood insurance because a man got it the other day.
And that is through Lloyd's of London, and it's very expensive.
But anyway, that really doesn't have to do with our emergency management office, so let's get back on the top. Let's get back on the topic. We talk about reentry. I mean, Cindy and I have talked about this and other folks so many times. After a fire, it's fairly simple. The fire's out and you can go back and start to do stuff. Well, first of all, with a flood, one of the first responses is to go in and see if there's survivors or to recover victims. Well, how do you know when it's safe to go back in? How do you know from a biological standpoint that the water you're going into isn't highly contaminated with E. coli or coliforms? And then how well do you know, or what's the forecast like? On some of these crews we're talking about utilizing, they actually have the Weather Service give a forecast for that specific coordinate that they are in, and will warn them in that coordinate if any adverse weather is projected. So that's part of it. The other part is, as we go in then, if we're going to be eligible for any kind of recovery monies from Homeland Security, we have to document everything that we do. We document and document and document, and then we can get reimbursed on some of these things. But if we don't follow the whole protocol, I think it cost Larimer County almost $1 million because they had some stuff in that Big Thompson that they hadn't documented sufficiently to withstand the audit from the General Services Office, and they said, well, you can't prove that you did that. So these are other administrative things that we're working on. What else, Cindy? Am I forgetting from OEM? We've cooperated on a grant application from the Natural Resource and Conservation Service. That is a federal grant, and we've been in touch with our Senator Gardner's office and Senator Bennett's office. Senator Gardner's representative was out and toured a couple of weeks ago. I had a call today from Senator Bennett's office, and if it works out, they want to come down next week and look. So we're getting as many politicians on site as we can.
We suggested today that when the new community center is open, that we go have some smaller recovery meetings, and at the first one that we have, we bring in 3 folks from each county rather than the large group, and like maybe sheriff, OEM, and a commissioner, and then we fill the room up with politicians, and we get all of them in there in the same room to hear all of our concerns. So that's one of the things we're wanting to do, and around the table, not in a big setting like the Pueblo EOC. We're working on a printed flood piece, and then outside of the Wetmore area, we're doing a fire-wise mitigation seminar on April 28th at Wet Mountain Fire.
So we're doing education. We're encouraging people not to panic, but to be aware. If you see something happening, what's going to be your response? Decide ahead of time where you're going. Let people know where you're going. So if we have some people we can't account for, at least we've got some places to start to see if they got there. This thing just keeps growing. Things you don't think about until you try to cover those. Shannon has been a part of our planning, and Chris Barr, we visited yesterday for a while. We will bring road and bridge in, things like signs and roads and all that stuff in emergency response is road and bridge activities. But again, we have to document, we have to be sure what we're doing. And the whole caveat over the top of that is to be safe. It makes a lot of sense to me to put a backhoe on a track hoe that's out there cleaning debris out of the bridge. Well, that, as an old cowboy, makes a lot of sense. But from a safety standpoint, they say not only no, but H no. You keep that track way up on that bank. Don't you get out there and be a hero. But we're going to see, we do have roads at risk. Down through Greenwood, we've got some places that we're not more than 1.5 feet above the creek. We know that those, if we have a water event, those are going to go. We have 2 or 3 bridges that are probably going to be impacted. We have a number of residences down there that, quite frankly, very much water, they're going to get wet. But that's, any other questions on OEM? What else am I forgetting we're doing?
Well, and I would just say, as far as the flooding, the flooding potential is there for the next, 5, 10 years or longer. But it might not happen this year. I mean, that's the thing. We have to educate people not to be complacent. It could happen tomorrow with the right storm, or the right storm could move some debris slightly down towards Greenwood, and it could be year 3 that we get whacked. We really don't know. And so that's the important thing there is we know there's a potential with the right storm that we could see the kind of flooding they saw in Manitou Springs. But we just, we have to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. The other big news out of OEM, I think, is the hazard mitigation plan was approved, and there's a lot of those goals, and we're working towards some of those. And a lot of my piece is the public education, and we'll be doing annual updates to the plan that are required. And so it's been a busy year.
Any other questions? Whenever you want to find out more, give us a holler. And we may be asking some of you to volunteer if you've got the urge to help out someplace. There's always needs to coordinate and have something happen. Okay, the last one I have is road and bridge. We've had, I think, some interesting opportunities here. We hired Gary Hyde as our road boss. First of all, folks, the road and bridge budget is $2.1 million. That's over $2 million that road supervisor manages. So it's more than just moving dirt and knowing what you're doing with a machine. We sat down early on, we recognized that we have a problem with employee pay. We have people who are paying $14 an hour to run a $300,000 machine. Now that doesn't make a whole lot of incentive. Once you learn and get good, you go someplace else, you get paid more, and we lose them again. So we were able to go through our budgets and through some salary savings we've had and through some open positions and so forth, we were able to give about between $1.50 and $2 raise to our bottom end employees. So the minimum wage now on the road and bridge is $16 an hour, which isn't a lot, but it's still better than 14. And the morale right now, the folks that I've talked to, it seems like it's very good. Gary had worked on road and bridge for 6 months before we became the supervisor, so they all know him. Just listening to the radio chatter, it sounds like it's a whole lot more positive. In terms of some of Gary's skills, he had the same size budget in Kansas. And with that budget, he took care of 1,137 miles of road. And we have about 350 in our county. He oversaw and was responsible for over 100 bridges that were over 20 feet in length and another 100 that were under 20 feet. So he certainly has a lot of the experience and background and skills, I think, to move us forward. The issues that we continue to have, our needs are outdistancing our resources. We have equipment that's 30 plus years old that we're still using almost on a daily basis, but it's been maintained, it's working, we're still going forward. Some of the equipment that isn't quite that old, that has more hydraulics on it, is causing more repair issues because it's a different system. But at the same time, our mechanics, Byron Rice is our lead mechanic, has done a wonderful job the last 30 years in keeping this stuff together. We have a couple of new trucks we bought 2 years ago. They were $165,000, $170,000 a piece. They are, one's in Wetmore and one's up here. They're great to have. We have some older trucks that we're still able to use. some of the areas that we're hurting on right now is water trucks. It's been so dry that the last few years, routinely, when they go out to work on a road, the water truck goes out and wets the road down so that they can get moist enough that they can come in and work the road. We're looking at acquiring another water truck. It's used, but appears to be a very good purchase. And this will give us one more vehicle, because two of the water trucks we have now, we're having a hard time keeping running because they're wore out. Another issue that we have is that our traffic counts are up dramatically in the county over the last 20 years. I think any of you that moved here and you live along the road, I suspect all of you see a lot more traffic now than you did. That traffic, two things happen. Number one, a lot of people are in a hurry to get where they're going, and that tends to increase the rapidity at which a corduroy or a bump develops in the roads, and number two, just plus the extra traffic. We're looking at some other methods. We've used I want to say magnesium chloride, I'm not sure that's quite the right name, but an amendment we can put on the roads when we grade them. When it's wet, it becomes a little bit slick, but it does really increase the life of that application on that road. We've got some around Wetmore. Some of you folks may have noticed coming east of Wetmore, there's some chloride treatments. We have some down Oak Creek grade. We kind of have 5 areas that we really are looking at. Copper Gulch gets a lot of traffic. Oak Creek gets a lot of traffic. We get a lot of traffic up through the valley here, up Hermit, so forth. A lot of summer traffic. A lot of traffic on White Eagle. A lot of traffic on Rosita Road. So those are areas that we're trying to identify which and set some priorities. We're working on a short-term, intermediate, and long-term plans for road maintenance and repairs, and for equipment repairs and purchases. And this is something we've not had in the past, but Gary and I both feel it's something we need to intelligently plan for what our needs are going to be as we go down the road. I think that's all I got. Any questions? Yes, sir.
When I see the graders leave the town and they go everywhere throughout the county, have you ever thought about contacting property owners, or for instance, Beckwith Mountain Ranch, to park the graders when they're working out there rather than driving them from town to Copper Gulch, coming back into town? Maybe, I know Beckwith would allow.
The reason I'm smiling is that we already are talking about it.
Okay.
Gary and I visited about it, and we need to look at what the economics are. We're talking about potentially getting where we can haul fuel out there. When they come to town, it also though gives them a chance to do more maintenance on that grader. There's times when they come to work that it takes a little while before they can get the machine warmed up and get out. But again, some of that can be out in the field. So we're looking at that. How can we be more efficient?
Good, because I see a lot of waste in fuel.
We do.
Running back and forth every day, and wages.
It comes down to the balance of wasted fuel versus maintenance.
Yeah.
And we need to maintain a balance between us. But we're looking really hard at where we can improve efficiencies.
Good.
Jackie, do you have a question back there, or are you just stretching?
I changed my mind.
That's okay, I changed my answer.
I hit her in the side.
Folks, any more questions? Yes, sir.
Commissioner, I'm sure I've heard you talk previously about how we would prioritize our road and bridge, our list of priorities. And could you share some thoughts on that, how certain roads get more traffic, certain roads are more critical, whether it's just normal ingress, egress travel or emergency routes, that sort of thing. What can road and bridge do to get ahead?
One of the things we're going to pursue more aggressively than we have in the past are road counts. We're trying to get some data from CDOT, Airport Highways, because they put counters out on most of the X's off of 69 and off of 96. And if those go into a county road, we got to count at least at that exit point. We're hoping to gather data on these roads and say, okay, these areas are the heaviest used. Now, can we improve what we're doing to them so they last longer? Or how do we manage that? The second thing we have to do is that the other roads also need attention occasionally. So that's a big plan. That's a big challenge. But the only way we can do this, I think, is number one, we have to have an idea of the traffic. To me, that's the first driving factor, is traffic. I understand from the program we have, we can actually calculate speed. We've had some requests, Colonel Verney was an example. We're still thinking about what we might do, but to reduce the speed limit out there. We have some areas out there where people are walking. We need to put up some signs warning people that there will be people, exercising and walking, riding bikes, so forth in that area. It's hard to slow down speed. We're not allowed to put speed bumps in. We've thoroughly researched it. Towns can, but counties can't. So I'm guessing the one thing we might do, and I'm saying it a little bit facetiously, but we might remove some culverts. There's a speed bump there. It's a water gap, but I'll guarantee it'll slow them down. I don't think we'll quite that far, but we do have an issue with speed. We have people out here on 129 where I live. They've clocked locals doing over 80 miles an hour down a 45-mile-an-hour road. Yeah. And that's an effort that's working through the Sheriff's Department, working through Road and Bridge, working with the state. And I know that's the area. Now, then one next thing you say, well, this road has got so much traffic. Okay, my next parameter in my mind is say, okay, how many houses are we serving off of that road? How many people live there, and which directions are they going? From Rosita, are most of them going east and down 96, or a lot of them coming west and into town? What direction, so that we can address those main arteries that have the most people that are involved? It's interesting, folks. The most common issue that we have is, when are you going to grade my road? And we are hoping to have on an annual plan basis, we're hoping to be able electronically, so we can have a map. We say, well, we're going to be out in your neck of the woods in May 1st. Well, we might not get there. Come back and we update it and say we're going to be there May 15th now, because we've had delays over here. But we're going to try to have, so you folks have an idea, at least within a month, of when we're now. Is it going to work? I don't know, but that's what we're going to try to do. Another area folks may not realize, do you realize that we have 12,000 visitors a year in South Colony? 12,000 visitors. And that traffic goes 69, goes out Colfax, hits the end of the pavement, hammers down the dirt till it comes to the T, and beats it up the hill. Well, we have people coming in for recreation. We also maintain, have contracts on the Forest Service roads to maintain them twice a year. So my idea is we watch that lower end on Colfax that's getting a lot of traffic, because that's a lot of people coming in. But we also come in and say, okay, we're going to try to get our forest roads graded maybe before Memorial Weekend, or at least the lower ones. So when that first rush comes in, we've at least, where we can, repaired the winter damage. And then have a second push probably prior to Labor Day. And then hopefully that grading will last through Labor Day, through the hunting seasons and into the fall. But those are two areas that we're being paid to maintain the roads, and those are areas I think are important to our visitors, that we have those roads that the county has a responsibility for in a reasonable condition. Anything else? Okay.
Personally, I don't want them to grade my road.
That's fine. We'll be happy not to, but we may have to.
Because it just slows people down.
Yeah. Because we may have to raise the blade as we go by you and drop it on the other side of the property.
So I always tell them, do my road last.
But these are issues. I mean, she's been a little bit facetious, but she's not.
I'm curious, what is the speed limit on the gravel roads on the floor of the valley? Because I haven't been doing 75.
Most of our county roads are 35. If they're paved, they're 45. And that doesn't mean that you have a 35-mile speed limit that you can't go 70. It's been proven many times.
I would say people average 45 to 55 on those.
Now one thing we're doing, we've asked the sheriff for increased enforcement. There's an example out here along Waikago. We've had people sit out there for 6 or 8 hours and write 2 tickets. Well, in terms of where our speeding is occurring, the numbers, it's a lot more along closer to town. But they're patrolling through those areas, and they're expanding their patrolling. Another thing we're doing, with Road and Bridge and the Sheriff's Office is that we put up signs and remind you that fines are doubled in a construction zone. And periodically, the Sheriff Departments will be out there sitting and writing tickets. Because I'm so afraid we talk about speed. The speed that they go by our workers sometime is just incredible. There's also a bit of humor though. The other day they were grading over here on a road, and I have a radio that I can listen to all this stuff. And the back reader said, "Look out, there's a guy coming at a high rate of speed." Well, never mind, he just hit the windrow and he's dead. He's hung up high centered and stopped. So, then the windrow meaning the dirt in the middle of the road. Those are accidents. I mean, thank God he didn't roll his vehicle. But we are concerned for our worker safety because it is pretty spooky. And sure, they're in machines most of the time, but not all of the time. Okay, any other questions? I'll turn it over to Don.
Okay, so you took 10 minutes.
I took 30.
You took more than 30. You took 40.
But
I'm going to take 10, but I'd like us to have a 7th inning stretch. Would you mind standing up and just stretch?
it's a good thing she's not chairman. We never get through meeting. I don't let them have it until after 3 hours.
However we give them more time they need, there's nothing.
Yep.
So where were you?
Just had to have a little move there.
I took a long time.
I know. So, okay, we'll let them.
Okay, I got nothing to say.
They may not understand. Jackie, are you going out for that hot chocolate? That's what.
Yes, we'll all have to go to the
Okay.
snobs across the street and get have alcohol.
Good to see you. Okay. Thank you. I'm responsible for information technology, and that director is Chuck Iapolito. I'm responsible for human resources and finance, and that director is Donna Hobby. I've got custodial, building maintenance and grounds, and that is our employee Dave Post. I have buildings in general, and nobody's ever taken on that responsibility, so we'll talk about that. I have extension office. I sit on the courthouse security committee, the tourism board, the 911 authority board, SCED, and I'm the liaison for the commissioners for the fair board. So let me just talk about information technology. If you don't know, we've got 79 employees in our county, and we have one IT person named Chuck. And I've never seen anybody try to be more effective and efficient for all the buildings that he has to travel through. And going forward, I would like to see that he gets some help in that department because he really does need it. Just today, he informed me that he was able to be successful in getting a connection between the sheriff's office and this courthouse building. It's a 1 gigabit fiber optic connection, which is going to help our sheriff's department dramatically. Our internet here is not where it should be, and our sheriff and his deputies wear body cameras, and just to download that information is pathetic with what we have now. So what Chuck was able to secure today is going to help that dramatically for our sheriff's department. Since I've been in office, just observing different things, our phone system is going to be needed to be addressed. We can't even communicate building to building as we are now. So these are things down the road that are going to cost money, but I just want to bring it to everybody's attention. With regards to human services and finance, one thing that we're doing, Dawn and I, We had initial job descriptions that were written in the year 2007. We are now looking to upgrade those job positions and descriptions. We're looking at upgrading our personnel policy, our finance policy and procedures, and we're working with a organization that our county is actually a member of, and that's County Technologies Services Incorporated. And Donna and I are working with two of their highest professionals. One is their HR senior analyst, and the other one is their highest financial person, who is also in charge of training. So we actually have an appointment on April 13th with Dennis Hunt coming down. And all of this takes time because our county does have initial policies in place, but they need to be updated so that everything is brought up to speed. In our personnel policy, it's stated that we're supposed to have annual reviews for our employees. That hasn't been done, and it's going to be done this year. So we're working on that form, and that's a tool that is needed for all of the directors and the managers and our county commissioners as a tool to help us in guiding with performance appraisals and also percentage reviews at the end of the year. So we're working on that. Then we come to custodial, grounds and maintenance. Do you know that we have 8 buildings that are under our jurisdiction? There has never been a building maintenance program at all. So I'm looking into getting an outside vendor and get us on a schedule to look at our HVAC systems, our electric, things like that. I'd rather be proactive than reactive. Our newest building is in Wetmore. I don't anticipate any issues there, but we haven't addressed any of these other buildings. And I know I'm opening up a can of worms, but it's got to be addressed. So we're looking at that. Extension is next, and that's kind of been a hot topic. And I mentioned this earlier today, but let me just tell you where the extension office sits as we speak. I had a conference call with Bill Noble, with Jean Gawaki, an administrative assistant at CSU, and also the head of their HR department. We are looking at somewhere between July 1 and August 1 to begin the queue for the search of our extension agent. There are 9 extension agents positions to be filled out there right now. We're in position number 7. So we are 8th, one below us. So what will happen with that? CSU has a process. They have to come up with a modified job description. There's going to be a search committee. They'll have people on the search committee that they appoint. We'll have local people here on that search committee. There's a process of checking credentials and scoring the applicants that come in. They'll put that job description out there for 4 weeks, and then the search committee begins. They put together about 3 weeks for interviewing, and the timetable will be November through January 1. So with that, our commissioners just approved an extra day for an assistant upstairs in the office to help Carlin with the paperwork. And that's where we are with extension.
Can I ask who that is?
That's Carlin Cardenas.
I know Carlin, but I think you said...
Yes, Kylie Rosansky is helping in the office.
Okay, thank you.
So Kylie's going to be there right now for 2 days a week.
Okay.
As we get closer to fair, George, I anticipate she'll probably be stepping it up a notch.
Yeah, because not having...
An agent.
Right.
Right. So that's where we are with that.
Good, thank you.
Okay. let me just go back to buildings a minute. Jay touched on the Wetmore building, and I just saw the latest change order. I want to bring everybody to date with where the expense of that building is in time. We're at $816,787.80 on that building cost. And we just came across a little blip. A little blip that we were made aware of at our building meeting. I guess in years past at that community center, there used to be water coming in the community room itself on the south side. Well, that happened 2 days ago. We arrived at the meeting at 9 o'clock and it was brought to our attention. So now we have to work with a structural engineer that will come back with, I guess, a couple different ways we can look at this and fixing it. But, you know, we're talking about a $1 million building, and we certainly don't want it falling apart at the foundation on the south side. So that was news this week. I suggested a paddle wheel approach downstairs, but nobody wanted to go for that idea. So I just wanted to bring you up to date with that.
How much of that million does the county have to pay for?
We have a list of grants, Wilson, that were secured to go forward. Brenda, I don't know if you have that paper with you that shows the breakdown.
I think the county share is about $210,000.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it'll be a little more.
205 or something.
205 was what was budgeted out of the county's capital improvement fund.
Okay.
And yeah, just know that the building was projected to be done January 31st, and there were other blips that happened that when we came into office, we had to recognize those. So the county actually had to pay $300 a day, and we ended that fee today with the county's cost. However, this project is not done, and it won't be done probably totally complete until the 3rd week of April, and then the library has to put themselves back together. On a good community note, the people down there helped defray the costs of painting, and they were painting that building. The community people were painting that building, so there's something else down there with regards to community. Okay, with regards to the tourism board, is everybody familiar here with the tourism board and how they get their funding? I know we've got a board member here, but the tourism board actually gets its funding from the lodging tax, the 2% lodging tax. So tourism never really knows what their budget income's going to be because it depends on what the county lodging brings in. This year we're anticipating about $30,000. Our expenses are about $20,000. The board has decided that the website really needed to be addressed. And we're looking to spend about a little over $12,000 in maintaining it and bringing it up to where it needs to be at this time. Following that will be our Facebook page. And we do have other expenses that come with printing costs. The tourism board cannot spend money inside the county with regards to tourism. That money, those funds have to be outside to bring the tourists here. However, they do have some grants that are available for local organizations to help them with their projects to bring people to the county. So that's tourism. We just sat on the courthouse security committee building for the first time, that meeting yesterday, and overseeing the underfunded courthouse grant funding. And we've gone through a process, I think internally, this administration, where we've actually interviewed 3 different architectural firms. At the end of last year, it was brought to the county's attention that there was funding available through a grant, and that was to look at our situation, because not just the building, but that courthouse, that courtroom is not where it needs to be with regards to safety and a whole bunch of other issues. So we're sitting back in this chair, in these chairs, trying to analyze what the best thing is, the next move to make for our county. Because I wish we had some money trees, but we don't. So we have to carefully look at where we're going to spend money and how we're going to spend it. And I know we were allocated about another $145,000 to go forward with the next step, but we want to be good stewards of the money. So we're not sure we're going to go with that next step now until we get more information. Our sheriff has given us some statistics that the previous administration didn't have access to. And that's why we're in a holding period right now. So we will keep you abreast of where we're headed with that. But we don't want to spend government money frivolously, nor do we want to come back, do a project, and in 5 years say, we've got to do it again. So we don't want to do a Band-Aid. If we're going to do this, we want to do it the right way. And next is the 911 Authority Board. Is everybody familiar with 911 Authority Board? No? Okay. It's a board that's been in place for not too long. I don't know.
Probably
maybe
10 or
you know,
12 years.
10 or 12 years. Okay. The money that authority board gets is from the telephone bills. On your telephone bill, whoever your provider is, there's a line item for 911. And that money will come back to the county. Right now, we're looking to raise the emergency telephone charge, which is 70 cents per call to 911, to $1.25. That increase is going to help maintain the cost of equipment, because our equipment is getting old. We're going to have to replace equipment in about 2 years. Services provided, our people, the personnel expenses, and it's an issue regarding public safety. And we're talking about how we're going to get the word out to our community, because we have a lot of new people that are residents now that don't realize that if they're keeping their telephone number and their bill's coming from a different place, it's where that bill is being mailed to that 911 money goes to. So we need to make our public aware that if they switch their billing to here, we're going to get that income. So that's a challenge before us to do. Sitting on the Fair Board as a liaison, we just had another meeting. I meet monthly with them, and Fair Board is moving along quite nicely. I think George sits on that committee. You were at the meeting too. They pretty much have all judges in place. We do have an issue, and not to say that it's a bad issue, but we've got more livestock. We've got more steers and heifers than we've ever had, and I don't know how long. So we're up to 17. So the issue is where we're going to put these animals on the fairground. So we're assessing that as we speak with how we're going to help doing that. SCED, we've only had one meeting. That's the Southern...
Would you explain to them what SCED is? Oh, you're going there, okay.
I'm going. Southern Colorado Economic Development District. And they've had one meeting. And they are a nonprofit organization established in 1968. And their mission is to stabilize and diversify the regional counties. And they just completed their study, which was a 5-year study. It was a comprehensive plan that was put together that's out there. I can give you the website if you're interested. We belong to the upper Arkansas part. That's Chaffee, Custer, Fremont, and Lake. There's actually 13 counties involved in this organization. And with this study that was done, they can help communities get funding for different projects that they want. So that's just another Where did I sit on? I also sit on the film committee with Jay, but we've had no activity there. I know, darn. So I'm going to ask if you have any questions at this time. Yes, sir.
I don't know if I should wait until after Jay's report, so I have a question in general.
I would like to maybe comment a little more on hers, if I may first.
Sure.
Another area that I'd like to elaborate a little bit on is our sheriff's facilities. Our sheriff's office basically is built in an old truck barn and truck bays and so forth. And it served the need, it served it very well. But we're getting to the point now that we have some real issues. First of all, we walk in our kitchen where the staff prepares the meals for the inmates. Quite frankly, we're afraid potentially that we could be shut down because the kitchen is that primitive of condition. When you go back to the laundry, to the washer and dryer, well, I wouldn't have to do laundry over there because I can't squeeze by the hot water heater that's required to squeeze by to get back to the laundry machines. We have a very, very limited area available for deputies to work. They're all trying to work around one desk. So there's some needs there. So as we're looking at a needs assessment and what do we do, that is also a part of our equation. So I don't know where we're going to go, but that's another building right now. If we get on the south side of that building, the soffits are falling off the damn building on the south side. I mean, stuff that is going to have attention sooner rather than later. I don't know what we're going to do. We haven't got there yet, but that's just another issue that's hanging out there. And I want to reiterate what Donna was saying. This fiber is so critical because up until now, the paperwork that has just like I'm talking,
Exploded.
it's increased to over 400% in the last 2 or 3 years. Everything that the district attorney's office receives, they want on email or on electronically, no written documents. So there's time in the past year that our deputies have had to drive down to Canyon City to a faster modem to upload the information for the DAs. Or else they do it late at night and it takes several hours to upload. So this fiber link is a tremendous boost for us in terms of efficiency and what they're doing and what the reports and the stuff the DA is requiring. The occupancy of the courthouse, the courtrooms over here is about 80 to 85% of the time now. So that's, we're not that far off from maxing out. It's getting to be an issue. And I think some of you saw the article in the Tribune today. That Tribune article, I think, is pretty accurate. There's 1 or 2 missteps in there, but most of them, I think, as you read that, you get a really good flavor of what we're talking about. Please, question?
Well, something in general. I don't want to...
Go ahead.
Okay. I want to...
We will now, this concludes our commissioners' comments, and we will move into the to the audience.
Open discussion, okay. I want to thank the Board of County Commissioners for having this evening meeting. I really appreciate it. Very good. I want to go back to a time when Robin Young had a committee set up looking towards dismantling a building that was offered to the 4-H and Fair Board for free. It was decided that we couldn't get anybody to, the cost for dismantling and rebuilding was phenomenal. Couldn't even get anybody just to dismantle it. So at the time, Robin and I and Bob, I think you were involved, Pat and Annie Kearns was on the committee, Diane Rose, Donna, a few others. We're looking into grant money to erect a new building on the Saddle Club property, which our board of directors approved. I just wondered if if there's any follow-up on that.
I know that there were students that came down from CSU that were supposed to have an analysis of our buildings. And that was supposed to be completed in August, and it was not. So Christy Doon from DOLA is gathering up the troops again, and we're going to try to meet with the initial gentleman that was part of that and try to do an assessment, get the evaluation results. But that was it was gone with the wind and never followed up. So we're getting that back online.
Oh, good.
So
Good.
we'll see what happens. I have no idea what any of that was until we meet.
That would address the issue of what you brought up earlier about, the beef, way more beef than we had in the past and so forth, and no place to put them.
Well, we have to look at all of our building demands.
Yep.
And then try to prioritize those. And I've got some bad news. In the past, the DOLA, Department of Local Affairs, has been rather generous in their support dollars. Because of the decrease in the price of gasoline, and because of the decrease in the mineral extraction taxes, some of those areas that were really paying off are really backed up. And the DOLA is primarily mineral extraction. And with the coal industries tightening down, shutting down, and with the oil patch slowing down, it has really reduced their income flow. And the same thing is happening to us on the airport, where we had a stream of money before. It's getting less. But yes, we still
good. Glad to hear that.
And I think I'm not sure what that needs to be. Personally, I think I look at what our community center is in Silver Cliff, and I look at how many people that have hair the same color as mine, and I think we need better. So that this potentially building out there might also serve a multitude of purposes. I don't know.
That's what Robin's thought was, that it would allow for her office to be out there and other entities.
The chances of the office being out there, that's a nice idea. In some places it works, but sometimes it doesn't work because you're not connected close enough to the courthouse.
So I'm glad to hear that it's ongoing. So again, I'd like to thank you guys. Thank you very much for having this evening meeting, and thank you, Ralph and Donna, for allowing Country Strong Teens to use your facilities.
They had their first date today.
Yes.
I think it was pretty successful.
Mr. Bruiser.
I saw that.
I was just going to ask, my thought was maybe doing this on a quarterly basis, have an evening meeting. Does that sound like a good idea, folks?
It does.
We'll try and make it happen.
I don't know if it's quarterly or if we do it when there are issues that need to be addressed and need to have a broader scope. We may also do those in the evening.
Just a general comment. I'd like to support this gentleman's observations. Thank all three of the commissioners for reaching out to the public as you're doing now to communicate. It's really important. There are many things you have responsibility over, but there are a lot of other areas of the county that you don't have direct responsibility over. And I've seen you, each one of you, involved in some of those other areas. Fortunately, I've been retired for a while, but I can remember back most of my work days, I was dealing with the immediate. I mean, it's just coming at you, as opposed to the more important at times, and those were the big deals. And I wish to compliment the three commissioners for jumping in only 3 months. You're 90 days or less than, I guess, into your
80 today.
80.
I counted them. It's 80 today.
80 into a 4-year term. So we need to be patient with every elected official. And I know there has been conversations in the past, and I think, Mrs. Hood, you're discussing the need and the idea about the county conducting a strategic plan. And so that we can have a clear vision, we, meaning the citizens, our elected officials, our appointed the authorities, like the hospital, et cetera,
The districts.
that we have a vision for where this county is going. Would you comment on, as time permits, when do you see the county maybe engaging in such an activity as a strategic plan?
Well, I know the first, let me back up a little bit. I'm aware of the fact that our Economic Development Corporation has received funding to do an assessment of economic development. And with that, that's probably going to be the initial step, because I believe they need to gather about 50 volunteers to partake in this assessment that'll happen over a 3-day period. So I'm hoping that they pick not just people from the 7 districts, but from Silver Cliff, West Cliff. I'm hoping that they involve the commissioners. And to me, that's going to be the first point of assessment to see where we go. I'll say that through my campaign, I mentioned that I appreciate having roundtables of expertise. And I'll always look to have those roundtables of expertise as we go along. To me, you always need another point of view to help you make decisions. And I look forward to this first event. I believe it's going to happen in May.
May 10th.
May 10th.
Starts May 10th.
Okay.
We had a recent one last fall from SCED that was, I want to say, more of an exercise and a productive event. But they also asked a number of questions of the people that were in attendance, trying to get an idea of some community ideas and so forth.
So, Dr. Katnick, I've heard you speak about the issues around. We're an old demographically. We're an aging population. We're not young, and as older group of people, we have problems unique to older citizens, from assisted living to transportation issues, healthcare issues. You've talked about affordable housing or retirement housing, and that doesn't fall under the responsibility of the Board of County Commissioners, but it's good to know that our commissioners are taking a leadership role in those big issues that are facing our county, like how do we deal with a population that's maybe one of the oldest in the state, and with limited access to healthcare and those kinds of things. So,
my model for being successful is to fire you up, light a fire engine, and get out of your way, and move on to the next one that I have to start. And I think as we go forward, that's kind of a model we need to follow. We need to identify on this. We need to bring together the right people, the right players, and be enthusiastic. I don't know, as I go longer, I don't know what economic development is, what kind of economic development is most appreciated by the county. I have ideas of what we're trying to do, but when we get down to it, everything we do from an economic development standpoint impacts our community, impacts our infrastructure, all the things that planning and zoning put up. Whatever you do, it's always a challenge. And I think we have to, be looking at in a more holistic manner as we're trying to recruit. We can offer you this service and this service and this service, and it'll bring in X number of jobs. And then also, what else will that do? Will that add to the grocery store? Will that add, a business I would hope we can have in this community in the next few years is a pharmacy. It blows my mind. When I was a kid, with 2,000 people in the county, we had a full-time pharmacy. And now we can't afford it. I mean, there's no incentive for it. And I'm hoping through some of the healthcare and stuff, I drive to Salida for my medicines. And I'm hoping we can do some things there, which is, again, part of the economic development, but it's also part of what it brings to the community, and then what else does it tax in the community in terms of environmental issues or traffic or whatever.
Just a real quick note for anybody new to the community, if you use our hospital district, our clinic, they have an Instimed, and I saw Dr. Smith, John Smith, this week. He was able to write script. I was able to use the machine, enter my credit card, and get a prednisone dose pack dispensed. My insurance company was billed. I interacted with the pharmacist. That's all right here at the clinic. It's not a full, it's a pharmacy.
The more common meds are available
Yes, sir.
here. The
We have
others
about 400 or
aren't.
so. It's a start. It's not a pharmacy.
And again, with the meds, I'm getting it straight here, but I try to get my prescription for 90 days.
Yeah,
A whole lot more effective than a 30-day one. And can you do that with a machine out here?
No, sir. Most insurance companies now require maintenance that you go to these prescriptions by mail, at least in my case. But anyway, I'm glad that the county commissioners are taking a leadership role in these areas that may not fall under your direct responsibility, but absent your leadership, it won't get done.
I've got a comment I'd like to now turn to you, but there's been a lot of question about our county employees. And we have some marvelous employees in this building. We also have people every day that go above and beyond what a normal job would require, and are successful at it. And it is that we maybe need to help improve performance. But the point of it is that we really have some talented people in some of our positions. Go ahead.
I was just going to refer to your specific question about strategic plan for the future. It must be one, for sure. I mean, you got to know where you want to go or you're never going to get there. What we have determined is that there's been a long-standing neglect in the community of our infrastructure. Our culverts are falling down, haven't been cleaned in years. Our buildings need, as Donna said, she's taking this on, a huge amount of maintenance that needs to be done. And I kind of look at it like, let's get rid of the sniffles first, and then let's take care of the body. So we got to fix the disease, and I know that sounds kind of cliche, but I mean, when Bob's talking about the sheriff's department, it's incredible if you get to walk in the back, and most people don't because there are prisoners back there, but we do, and you see the roof leaning over, water coming in the side. I mean, this is no way to be. And it's just neglect, and it's been neglect. Our bridges. We talked today about one of our major bridges we're working on replacing in the very near future. But it's just one of many, many bridges that need huge amount of work. So, strategic plan, let's buy lottery tickets. We win the big one, we'll fix it all up. So we have to move along and step by step. I hate to say we're putting out fires, but really what we're trying to do is we're trying to mold the entity up, and then we'll figure out where we're going. But the strategic plan is on all our minds. We talk about it all the time. Where do we want to go? How are we going to get there? And I think it's a very, very important part.
I also, though, want to come back on another side of that. As you manage, as you govern, there are different objectives. And one of the things that my predecessors have done very well is to keep taxes down, to minimize the expenses, and to take care of the immediate. And I certainly can't be critical of that philosophy, but at the same time, we have the backlog that we have to address.
And how do you solve that one?
How do we solve it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, money is the big factor.
First thing we do, in my minds, we have to identify what we need. To say, okay, and I'm just going to throw this out, folks. I'm not saying this is what we'll do, but I'm just using an example. Look at what we're looking at for court facilities. They need at least another 3,000 feet. And that will meet the security needs. Doesn't change the courtroom any. It doesn't, it makes our prisoner need, but we bring our prisoners through the sally ports and stuff, more controlled. And provides a few offices for attorneys. We don't have any place for attorneys to meet with the prisoners right now, except over the sheriff's office.
And everybody waits out here in the hall.
And we look at that and say, okay, is that what we need? That will cover us for now. But I don't want to build for now. When I was in the second grade, we moved from the stone schoolhouse, West Cliff School over here, to the, at that time new, now the old school over here where the elementary grades are. That building has served 60 years. It's had some modifications, we changed, some things around, but that core structure is still there. And when we look at what we're gonna do here, we have to look out, I think, ahead. If we're probably gonna need another courtroom before very long. But we don't have another courtroom in this current plan. That's why I was suggesting we look at some additional space at that time. Now, when we come to the funding of that building, that's limited only to judicial activities. We've been told, and I think it's probably accurate, that we can probably expect about a 50% funding of the construction costs from the underfunded courthouse, which is funded by the legislature. We may be eligible, and I'm visiting with Christy Doon, used to be Christy Culp. I think we have a good chance of probably getting maybe 25% of the total from DOLA. And then that brings us down to where does the other 25% come? Or in some cases, as in the Wetmore building, part of what we did down there, it was a 90-10 match. They paid 90% and we only had to pay 10. So if we can break that down to a 90-10 match, that changes that picture. And then do we go to other organizations, other entities, and see what we can do? I don't know what's out there for law enforcement. But if we look at this court building, do we build a new building that meets the court needs? Okay, now what do we do with the sheriff's office? Do we remodel it? Do we build onto it? What do we do there? Or does it make sense, like Fremont County has done, where they made a justice center? You bring them all together. If we do that, I hope if that's the way, when we haven't decided, but if we do that way, I hope we can put it close to this building someplace. So we still have centralized services. And then we look at the needs of the sheriff and say, okay, we're gonna have this many cells and so forth. Well, that will be a different money stream for whatever part of that construction might be than the underfunded courthouse, because the underfunded courthouse won't fund that portion of it. But I think there are other agencies out there, and we have to explore all of these before we make a decision. The other option is that we leave this as a court building and we build a new administrative building. There again, if you look at where we are here in this building, folks, we're very cramped. I think all of you can appreciate tonight the size of our commissioner's meeting room. And then we have our administrative assistant in the back of it. You walk over to the clerk's room, you go over to financial services, over to where Donna Hobby is, and part of the time they work out of a jail cell. The old jail cell we had.
Chuck's out of a closet.
Chuck's out of a closet,
He's working
basically.
out of a closet.
Social services has no place to meet with clients in a private room where they can sit down and go over these things. We just, it's just one on the other. But if we were to build a separate building, then that would open the judicial space up here for us to expand county offices into what currently is the judicial space. So when we think about the thought process, my colleagues may have different ones, but that's kind of my thought process on how we get from here to here, and underpinned by the general public. Yes?
I'm interested in a new topic, if that's all right. First, I want to thank you for your service to the county. You guys have heavy responsibilities in a whole lot of areas, and you've demonstrated that well. I'm Andrew Zeller, you know that, but maybe others don't. And I serve as the Custer County 1st Precinct, what do you call it? Precinct Committee Person for the Republicans. We've got to do something about that title. But anyway, so I represent not only myself, but quite a number of citizens from 1st Precinct here this evening. And there are quite a number who are concerned and even alarmed about the proceedings that came about in regard to Robin Young. And I'm interested in bringing that up and having some questions about that. Robin is not only a neighbor to us in 1st Precinct, and she's a good neighbor, and we respected her as a county agent. She has an honorable reputation, and there were no negative reports in her personnel file. Even after the events of the past 2 months, her senior leaders at CSU believe she is an excellent extension agent, and they support her. In many businesses and government organizations, if a subordinate is not performing to standards, they are to be counseled so that they can improve. If after a few counselings the subordinate does not improve, then they may be removed. There's no record of such a procedure regarding Robin. In fact, she does not even yet know why she was removed. No one has told her. So I have a number of questions. There's a lot that's in the paper, but I'm interested in hearing from you all. Can you tell us why you removed Robin Young as the county extension agent?
As we respond to that, you need to realize by law, personnel issues, some cannot be discussed without attorneys present and in a confidential situation. But I'll be glad to respond, or do you want to start on it?
Yeah, I'd like to just take a shot at your answer.
Because Robin is willing to give a
Just a
release.
minute, please. Just a minute.
To let you speak about her.
Just a minute, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
The commissioners recognized there was an issue, and this had nothing to do with a $4,000 check, which has been talked about enough at this point in time. The issues arose before that, and it was just a timing issue of what happened there, Andrew. I'm going to quote what Tony Frank's words were. We actually went trying to get a resolution to a problem. And to make a long story short, he recognized it was an unhealthy partnership. The extension agent is supported by the county and by 40%. And all I'm going to say is that we had an unhealthy partnership.
I'd like to respond to it.
Okay.
First of all, the structure of extension, we have an agent, and the next up the line is a district director. And the next up the line is a subject matter specialist or the administrators. 5 years ago, we were having problems when I went to Bill Noble. 2 years ago, we were having problems and I went to Bill Noble. We had additional problems, went to Bill Noble. He's the administrator, and nothing happened. And we've got some letters that I think we can share with you because they were presented to us in a public meeting from a lot of the people that brought forth the issues that were apparent. In some areas, she did a good job. But on the other side, when I have parents that are complaining, and not just one or two, but a large number of them, about programs and about potential discriminations, and I go to the district director and said, we need to do this, and nothing happens, our hands are kind of tied. And it wasn't something that was done on a spur of the moment. It was something that we did have the information, and we've also discussed this in two other meetings, which that was why we felt we needed to have this meeting tonight for those of you that hadn't had a chance to go to the others. But the point being is that we did not have a partnership with CSU. I've spent a career in extension, and it is a partnership between the state and the county. And as we were going forth, some programs were going fine. Other programs were totally ignored. And we continued to have the bickering. Every year at the fair that I've been there, we have to have a witch hunt. One year was a lady taking pictures of somebody else's stock, and they were mad and they wanted to get her banned from the fair, and on and on and on. Last year was a young man that lost his temper and went beyond where he should have gone on and got barred from the fair. 2 years ago, it was a situation where we had two young men that were accused of exposing themselves to some minors. And one of these young men was not a minor, and trying to handle it internally and quietly. And I said, no, this has to be handled by the sheriff in a proper manner. And that's what we did. But again, I had a lot of resistance. So I'm giving you examples of things that we've done, and we don't make a big deal out of putting this in the front page of the paper. That's not the way we work. I respect, and if you go through our minutes, you'll see several times that I've commended Robin in our commissioner meetings for projects that she's done and been done very well. But this was not a 30-minute discussion. It was not a witch hunt. It was to the point we had so many issues something had to be done. We didn't go up to seek to get her fired. We went, so how are we gonna fix this? And Tony Frank said, well, it looks to me like the best thing we can do is to make some transfers here and see if we can fix the partnership. And that was Tony Frank's actual words.
I'm just, I go back to the model that I presented to you about how you deal with personnel issues. Why wasn't Robin informed of these things, or at least documented, so that this was not considered a surprise to her or to other people?
I suggest this is beyond the scope of what we ought to be discussing. From a
You wanna
legal
talk about this?
standpoint.
What do you want to say?
From a legal standpoint, I think this is beyond the scope of what we should discuss. This is a personnel issue that we feel we handled appropriately. I understand the media loves to go off on whatever they want to do. There are people who follow that. There are people who try to say very difficult and vile things about us on the way we handled a single issue with a non-employee. She was not an employee. I feel that we do not have to justify when we feel we made the best decision that we did. We made the best decision. You put us in this position to make that. If we were a true democracy, we would have said, hey, let's look at a vote from everybody in the county to see whether she stays or goes. That's not the way this works. Hang on a second. The way it works is you put us in a position of authority and asked us to handle these things. We felt that this was an issue that needed to be handled. As far as how and what the personnel issues were, I feel, I'm not your legal counsel, I don't feel that's the right thing for us to do at this point.
I think there's another point you need to address. Robin was not our employee.
I understand
She was a CSU employee, so any personnel actions are from CSU.
But you all influence their decisions significantly, and there's an MOI as to how, in regard to the relationship between the county agent and the county commissioners, and it seems like you all didn't follow that in regard to you're going 3 levels above her to have this handled, as opposed to going to the next step, which I guess is...
All I can repeat to you, and being in the military, you understand the pathways.
Chain of command, yes.
We started at her immediate supervisor, repeatedly, and got no action. We asked for a meeting. The director of extension was supposed to be at the meeting with Dr. Frank, and he wasn't there. That is the 3 steps of the chain of command. Now, where we don't have or didn't have control over Robin personally, because she's a CSU employee, we didn't have the partnership, and that's the chain of command that we followed.
May I have one more question?
Please.
Regarding that. On February 16th, the day after you commissioners met with the CSU president, Tony Frank, there was a county extension workshop here in the courtroom. And it's my understanding that after the meeting, you, Bob Katnick, spoke with Robin and said something to the effect of, Robin, don't worry, we'll work everything out. Everything is going to be okay. And then you left, and after you left, Jay spoke with her, and Jay said...
And where did you get this quote from? Did you hear it? Or was this told to you by somebody?
This was told to me by somebody.
So you don't know if that's exactly what was said?
Like I said, it's my understanding that this happened. You can deny this if you like, that'd be fine. But Jay Prince then spoke to her and said, I'm not a part of this witch hunt.
I never said that. I deny it, and I resent it.
Okay.
And I do the same thing.
All right.
And make sure that goes in whatever paper you're going to write this in.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on writing this to any paper.
Okay.
Yeah, you haven't seen anything in the paper from me ever since you've been here, have you?
Well, but I appreciate your concerns.
Yeah.
And I take them seriously, and I wish we could go into more detail.
This is what...
You need to visit, maybe if you visit with CSU, maybe they will allow you more access, but from a legal standpoint, we cannot go into personnel issues without being sued.
Well, the question I was moving toward, and you guys are saying that those statements weren't true, is that it seemed to Robin at that time that you were supportive of her. And 5 days later, you signed a letter to have her removed, and she's wondering what happened between
Why
those
is she
5
not-
days.
Why is she not, why are you asking these questions? Why is she not standing here asking those
She's
questions?
been told not to come here.
By
And
whom?
I'm asking it because
Okay.
of, like I said,
The-
I'm the first precinct
If I may-
person, and I'm representing the citizens of First Precinct.
If I may respond, first of all,
Yeah.
the meeting with Tony Frank preceded the meeting we had down here.
That's correct.
And at that time, this was the decisions. The letter we went to, realizing where we were, we felt it needed, if there was going to be a change, it needed to occur sooner rather than later.
Okay. And it could very well be that the quotes that I gave you were not accurate, and I will accept that that may be the case. But I am presenting to you what's being talked about amongst the First Precinct citizens in regard to this case.
May I just say something? Andrew, for your information, when we first came on board, okay, on the 10th of January, we had a staff meeting that afternoon. And Robin was told by me specifically that in the next few weeks, we were going to address the president of CSU and her immediate directors with a meeting. That's probably in the minutes from January 10th. I don't know if we took staff meetings, but she knew from January 10th that those meetings were going to happen. And it was just a matter of circumstance that the other happened with the $4,000 check issue. None were related.
But I think that's a good example. We take the 4,000. And that really caused a lot of people concern. And when we get down to it, there was no control over it from the county people that CSU had total control of. But that had not been communicated from CSU to us. Now, where did that communication need to come from? I don't know. Maybe it should have come from Bob, maybe it should have come from Bill, maybe it should have come from someplace else. But that issue was a separate issue, but I think it's a good example of the lack of a team bond between the county and CSU.
We didn't even know the phone call was made to her. Just so you know that. By CSU. One day she's here, the next day she's gone. With no communication whatsoever.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. I mean that sincerely. More comments, folks. This is where we come tonight.
Happy faces.
Well, I want you...
It's not, almost 9 o'clock and you know how old we are.
Yes.
I invite all of
Another
you,
7-minute stretch.
if I may, I invite all of you to continue the communications. Talk to us, ask us. Things that we can go to, we'll be very happy to. And as we go forward, if we look at this, what we decide on this courthouse issue, I hope each of you, if you have an interest in there, will participate. Because it's important that we have your thoughts as well as other people's input. And having said that, Jackie, do you want to say something?
I just wanted to comment that I was at the staff meeting and Mrs. Hood did state that during the staff meeting.
Thank you.
Because I was following every word. Why?
Thank you,
On
Jackie.
that facetious observation by a party in the audience, I declare the meeting adjourned. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Please be safe going home.